our researchers and others to assist the committee in the execution of its work plan. At the first meeting of the committee in early February, the committee also agreed on a set of guiding principles that it would follow, both to guide its internal deliberations as well as to inform the recommendations that it would ultimately make to the government. These principles were drawn basically from the Directive Principles of State Policy, which is a chapter in the Constitution that commits the Ghanaian state to certain ideals and certain goals. But we also very specifically agreed on a number of things. One, that the committee's work guided by the best interest of the country, have the purpose of or effect particular group politicians, incumbent or otherwise, that we would be looking through our proposals to improve governance, make our democracy more participatory, improve social cohesion, reduce political polarization, and such other ideals. We, following the agreement on these principles, we then proceeded to look at the Constitution and reclustered it into about 13 thematic areas. And then based on those thematic areas, we began a series of stakeholder engagements. So our first stakeholder engagements in country, in Ghana, in Accra, basically, were based on thematic areas of the Constitution. So lands and natural resources, local government decentralization, the judiciary, the legislature, such categories. So for each one of those, we would invite or reach out to various institutions, office holders, past office holders, organizations, CSOs, academics, and others whose work are in those areas. And over the course of several weeks, starting in March, we held thematic engagements along those lines. So basically, concluding most recently with a thematic engagement, I believe that the last one based on thematic was on chieftaincy after anti-corruption. Secondly, we also identified various interest groups who we believe have an exceptionally strong interest in matters that fell within the mandate of the committee and who we thought could contribute meaningfully to that conversation. So we also held a number of interest group stakeholder engagements with academia and professional bodies, with the business community and organized labor, with the media as an industry and a profession, with the military, the police, and the security services, and last but not least, with the faith community, comprising largely Christians and Muslims represented by their leaders. The last of such engagements would be based on interest groups, would be with the National House of Chiefs, which will take place sometime in July. A third category of engagements have also taken place with persons we call eminent persons. These are persons, largely former office holders, current office holders, who by virtue of the high positions they have held in the constitutional framework, we believe have exceptional experience with the working constitution that we thought it was important to speak to those. So that would include the sitting president. We've met President Mahama to discuss his own views about the Constitution and what it is that he would be looking for in the constitutional review process. We have met former President Kufuor, former President Akufo-Addo, former Vice President Bawumia. We've met former Speaker Okwe, current Speaker Bagbin, former Chief Justice Sophia Kufu, former Chief of Staff Atudazi, one of the leading framers of the Constitution, Nana Dr. SKB Asante. We have also met the former Majority Leader, the Honorable Chairman Sambunsu. And we have scheduled a meeting with the former chair, two-time chair of the Council of State, Nana Otuosribo. Then the last but not the least in terms of the categories of our engagements are the public engagement. So we've divided the country up into zones and have started a series of zonal public engagements at various selected localities across the country. We have so far done the zonal engagement in Bolgatanga in the Upper East region, in Tamale in the Northern region, and in Wa in the Upper West region. We included the diaspora among the zones. So this is actually one of our zonal public engagements. So that gives you roughly an overview of how we have approached the implementation of our work plan. And we expect that by the end of July, we would be done with all of the engagements that need to be done so that we can go essentially into conclave, so to speak, and deliberate, put together everything that we have learned from these engagements and begin to prepare our reports for government. So thank you for making yourself available to participate in this conversation. I believe that as with every one of the conversations we've had with various communities and constituents of Ghanaians, this too would be extremely productive and enlightening for us as a committee. This is online, so every one of us is joining and participating from their respective locations, whether home or office. I happen to be in my office. So welcome to this afternoon's conversation. In the thematic engagements, we have usually begun by having an overview presentation of the particular thematic area by maybe one of the experts who we know would have written or maybe made some public commentary about that issue. That normally frames the conversation for the particular thematic area so that then we'll delve deep into the issues that are raised. Beyond the thematic areas, however, with all of the other conversations, they've been open-ended because they are not really structured around themes. So except for the thematic stakeholder engagements, every one of the other engagements is being open-ended, which means that the participants are free to basically discuss anything that's on their mind pertaining to the Constitution. It doesn't have to be specifically something in the Constitution. Our approach is a problem-solving one. So what we have told ourselves and what we advise participants is that if you think that there is a problem in our democracy, in the way we govern the country, and you think that that problem lends itself to a solution through the Constitution, you are free to make that proposal. Furthermore, if you think the Constitution itself, something in or about the Constitution, is the source of the problem, again, you are encouraged, invited, free to raise that issue for the benefit of the committee. So either the constitution is a problem or it's a solution. So basically that's how we have framed it. So as long as your proposals fall within that, of course, it's not always very clear-cut that something is a matter for constitutional resolution. But we will take on board anything that you have to offer. If we think that it's probably more appropriate to have a legislative remedy for the problem, we can dialogue about that as well. But generally, I guess what I'm saying is that this is pretty much open-ended, and that we are not going to restrict anybody as to subject matter or area. Now, unfortunately, we have to have some ground rules because of the nature of the audience and to avoid disruption. So I'm advised by technical people, the Secretariat, that participants will not be able to unmute their microphones during this session unless allowed by the meeting host, which would be a member of the Secretariat. So this is just to avoid disruptions in the course of the engagement. And if you want to speak once we are done with the opening, then you have to raise your hand as following the Zoom features. Raise your hand if you want to speak, and then the host, if you are able to catch their attention, will unmute your microphone. Other than that, there are no other rules. The Secretariat had initial contact with certain groups of Ghanaians abroad who therefore are probably, we would call maybe our main participants. We have invited them to make certain presentations. So there will be a presentation by a representative of GH Global Diaspora Council, which is one of the groups that the Secretariat has had direct engagement with. Immediately I end my remarks, they will begin their presentation roughly at about now, which is 2:15. There will be a usual Q&A from the committee after that presentation, which we expect to take between 20, but no more than 25 minutes. Then there will be another presentation by a group calling itself the Ghana Diaspora Public Affairs Collective. That should be around 3:10 p.m. There will be a Q&A after that, running up to about 3:30, 3:45. And then from there on, we will open up the conversation until 6 o'clock. So we will have roughly, we have now until 6 p.m., which is roughly a 4-hour duration. So without much ado, may I invite the representative. Sorry, my name is Kwesi Prempeh. I am the chair of the committee. The other members of the committee who are online, Professor Kwame Kakari, member of the committee, Dr. Esi Ansah, a member of the committee, Dr. Reina Akumperija, a member of the committee and secretary. We have Ms. Charlotte Osei, a member of the committee, Lady Justice Sophia Adinyira, a member of the committee, and Alhaji Ibrahim Tanko Amidu, a member of the committee. We have other secretariat staff also joining us. So I see that there is one person who wants to say something, Mr. Paul Adoba. Can he be unmuted briefly so he can make the points that he needs to make before we proceed? Yes, Mr. Adoba.
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Paul Adoba. I live in Birmingham of the United Kingdom, and I represent the Ghanaian community here. It's unfortunate we have not received any formal invitation from yourselves or through the High Commission, so we are unsure how you identify the groups who are going to make representation to this meeting because our members are keen to have a say.
Yeah, we unfortunately that matter cannot be resolved here. Basically, given the nature of this task, um, the initiative, while we made a decision as a committee to have a slot for Diaspora, definitely it would have been impossible for us to know who to contact in the Diaspora. So we basically had to rely on the initiative of interested diasporans to reach out to the committee. So that's basically what we have come by those who we have been engaging with. So we had most of the engagements with those who took the initiative
I have to call you back. I'm on a Zoom.
Right. So that's how we are going to be proceeding, unfortunately. But if you have a group, of course, there are other ways to reach the committee. Submissions at constitutionreviewgh.org is where you send written submissions. We have had some members of the diaspora also participate in our forums and stakeholder engagements in Ghana because they are both live streamed. And usually, if you reach out to us in advance of the stakeholder engagement and you identify an interest, you could participate online in a hybrid form. We have had some Ghanaians living abroad participate in some of our thematic engagements. Unfortunately, those are over. So this is how we're going to be able to proceed today. But please feel free to send, if you have a group and you have a memorandum that documents your views as a group, you should feel free to send it to us. In fact, we would prefer written memoranda, actually. So that opportunity is still available. Thank you. Okay, so GH Global Diaspora Council, you may...
Global.
Oh, global. Okay,
yes,
it looks...
that's correct.
Okay, global.
That's correct.
Global. Okay, global. Okay, please.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Jermaine Nkrumah, the chairman of the Global Diaspora Council. The first thing I want to do is really extend a sincere appreciation to your committee for reaching out to us and working with us. I also want to thank all our delegates from around the globe who are in attendance. It's hard for me to indicate individuals, but it looks like the attendance is, those who said they would be here are here. I want to also thank my steering committee members, very hard at work. A little bit about Global, which, as you know, spelled
I think you should proceed with your proposals.
Absolutely. But I think it's in order to talk about the Global Diaspora Council so that we contextually we can put in context what we're bringing to the table. Okay. Global is represented in 43 countries. We have a delegate system so that our legitimacy is in the broad nature of our representation across the entire globe. When we say 43 countries, we mean every single one of them. And so we come in with a lot of authenticity behind us. And when you reached out to us, we've been able to collaborate with a lot of our delegates and members. So we've put together some ideas that we're going to share with you. But I need to take a moment to talk about the significance of the diaspora and why it's important that the constitutional review should take into account our significance. If you go back to the founding of this country, whether you call it the Big Six or the people who actually worked to obtain independence for our country, nearly all of them were returning diasporans. The interesting thing is, when you look at those individuals, and at the time, the influence that they wielded across from their respective overseas abode, it's nothing compared to the influence that today's diasporans have. And so I look back and say, if the Big Six, who were literally students, returning students, can come back to Ghana and work with the locals and chalk monumental accomplishments, aka independence, because the nations worked with them at the time. One can only imagine today's diaspora, with about 4 million of us, with various levels of interest within our respective areas of, countries of abode. If we had a good collaborative relationship with our brothers and sisters at home, what we could accomplish. And so we see this Constitution Review Committee and your work, you being a diaspora as well, as a great opportunity to right the wrongs that have been done over a period of time to Ghanaians who live outside the shores of Ghana. Some of the numbers are staggering. 8 billion in remittances annually. And when you compound that, add that to the businesses that we
hold you to your time that's
control.
allotted you. We are going to hold you to the time
I'm
that's
sorry?
allotted you. I think you should go straight to the point, though.
Absolutely, absolutely.
We recognize
Absolutely.
the importance of the diaspora. That's why we're having this engagement.
Okay, so the things that are important to us, and I'm glad you noticed that. I mean, all of us here are aware of what we bring to the table and what we can, given that if the road is completely paved. Things like ROPA, which is a law that has been passed. I know that it's probably fallen outside the purview of the Constitution. And as a law, you being a lawyer, I don't know what can be done to facilitate the impact. And the second thing is a series of exclusionary provisions in the Constitution that bar Ghanaians who might have obtained additional citizenship in other countries from participating at certain levels. We know that with having another citizenship in no way impacts your allegiance. And the key word that's used in the Constitution is allegiance, right? And when that road is opened up for us to fully participate as Ghanaians, it's not as if we're walking right into this position. We still have to compete with everybody else. And so those constraints, we are hoping that by the end of this process, all those constraints would have been removed. Because even if you remove it and include the presidency, for example, it's up to the people to choose whether someone who hasn't lived here for 40 years can walk back in and walk right into the presidency. It's up to the people. It shouldn't be up to a written document that bars somebody from doing that. And then also, there's, when you look at what we bring to the table in terms of control, participation into the GDP of this country, it far exceeds the big ticket items such as oil, gold, cocoa. And yet we have, off the top of my head, about a dozen state agencies representing different aspects of these when it comes to the diaspora, we have one office which at the presidency, which doesn't even have a budget. Can we create a statutory agency that's permanent, that facilitates the integration of diasporans into the day-to-day nation building process? And so these are the three main items, but overall, from a thematic standpoint, we want to encourage, in fact, urge the Constitution Review Committee to make this a diaspora-friendly constitution. Why is that important? Because we know that countries who have extended considerable and significant overtures to their diaspora have turned around their countries. The examples abound. We know that. And so by resisting, the diaspora, excluding us from full participation, we're doing the nation a lot of harm. And so we see this, and while we really thank you for including the diaspora, I mean, the engagement process in the Constitution Review, I'm sure some of our members have individual contributions, specific contributions that they want to make, but from a macro standpoint, if we can make this a diaspora-friendly constitution, I know you cannot legislate sentiment that people, whether they like diasporans, they're too known, whatever, that you can't do anything about. But overall, from a statutory standpoint, if we can find a way to make this a diaspora-friendly document, I think we would have served Ghana better than most initiatives that were put together of recent. I promised my people that I'll give my executives a moment to talk about our work, but you preempted that by saying that we should go to the point. So my executives that are on this platform, I want to apologize that we're not going to be able to do that. But I want to take a moment to invite the leader of the Ghana Association in France, Honorable Osei Mensah Bonsu, to say a word about our network, how we've put it together, so that you know the extent, how serious we are that we've come together for the first time in history around one big round table to deal with engagement, stakeholders as a single unit. So, Mr. Honorable Osei Mensah Bonsu, please.
Mr. Nkrumah, is Mr. Osei Bonsu going to speak to the issue of constitutional review and give us additional proposals? I noticed that you have limited yourself to proposals that speak to the very specific interests of Ghanaians in the diaspora.
That's correct.
This engagement is not limited to those. I just want to emphasize that. So you are free as a group to speak to issues of, finance, issues of corruption, issues of local government, anything in the Constitution or anything in our governance that you believe must reflect in the Constitution. I just want to make clear that this is not a conversation just about making the Constitution pro-diaspora. I get your point about that one, but I just want to be sure that you understand that you are not limited to that anything about governance is on the table. So in case you or somebody might be mistaken.
I appreciate that.
Okay, good.
Okay, I appreciate that. My challenge is that a lot of the things that we've put together tend to be on the policy end. So I'm not sure how those can be woven into the Constitution. For example, we developed, our finance committee is working on what we call the Homeland Development, more towards the policy aspect than the Constitution aspect. But with regards to the Constitution, these are the that global I've talked about. Yes. And now I have to also add that individual members, individual delegates have specific constitutional things that they would want to see happen that may fall outside, perhaps outside the purview of that diaspora integration into the system.
Sure.
And I think that's what your committee is doing when it gets to that point. But from the
Sure.
global perspective, we talk about these three and all other stuff,
All right.
including ROPA and how we work with the EC and all that. Those tend to be on the policy end.
Sure. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
So are we going to hear
But
from
if
your
Mr.
delegate in France?
Mr. Honorable Osemensa, if you can raise your hand, they'll recognize you.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Hand raised.
I think you're on, so you can go ahead.
A very quick one. Yeah, a very quick one. Just to add to what my chairman, Mr. Nkrumah, said, shortly, global has become the dreamed assembly for our country, Ghana, and its virtual 17th region, the global for diasporas. Today, we represent Ghana and its diaspora in all major countries across the globe. It is well structured and organized with united and committed patriotic diaspora leaders. And as it's been said, this gives it its unique legitimacy. With global, Ghana's diaspora is properly stitching its umbilical cord to the motherland for mutual benefits. And I want to take this privilege to plead with the Constitutional Review Committee, in the first place, with the Ghana government and all stakeholders to protect and use it to move Ghana forward. This is the short and few words I have for today's meeting. On a personal note, I would like us to, on behalf of the Ghana community in France, I would want the Constitutional Review Committee to have a real look at the 4-year mandate given to our elected presidents. And also, personally, I'm not a specialist of the Constitution, of Ghana's Constitution. What the Constitution says about the requirement of 70% of government ministers to be taken from Parliament. I think this overloads our ministers because the ministerial work is a 24-hour job and the parliamentary work is also another 24-hour job. And nobody in this world can do a 48-hour job in 24 hours. So this is our two observations and suggestions from the Ghanaian community in France. I'll end here for the sake of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you much, Mr. Simmons, Bonsu. I think I see the hand of Kobna Kennedy raised. Can he be recognized to raise a point? And then Samuel as well. Hello.
Dr. Kennedy is on our advisory board, so yes, by all means.
Okay, so he's part of your group.
That's correct. Yeah.
I think you've been unmuted, Dr. Kennedy.
Okay.
Sure.
Good day, everybody. I kind of wanted to take the chairman on raising some issues that are not necessarily related to the diaspora, and I've actually submitted some proposals to the committee.
Sure.
It was acknowledged, but I would highlight only a few of them. I think that if you look at the FIABE committee report and some of the problems that we've all been talking about. In terms of deepening our local governance, and I don't have my proposals here in detail, so I will just highlight some of the issues. I think the election of MMDCs is a very important issue that will go to deepening our democracy. And we should let people be able to contest for those elections, whether on party tickets or as independents. And in addition to electing them, I think we need to strengthen funding for local governance. There is a lot of complaints, for example, about even the currently inadequate district assembly common fund, that the decision making about the funds, even though they're supposed to go to the assemblies, most of the time they are made in Accra. People are forced to get things that need at the local level, and they don't control their staff. I'll leave that. The other thing is separating ministerial appointments from being members of parliament, because it undermines executive oversight. When you have members of parliament who cannot be ministers or chairs of boards and corporations, then they can focus quite appropriately on the needs of executive oversight. But Mr. Chairman, my passion really is on deepening our democracy and demonetizing our politics. So my main proposal was that it seems that the parties, even though they are very happy to let us vote in general elections, are afraid of letting us vote in primaries. So one of my proposals is to let the Electoral Commission, which already has the database, and this can be easily put in the Constitution, that they should set aside a period where every registered voter should indicate which party they support or affiliate with or empathize with. And when they do this, it should entitle them to vote in the parliamentary and presidential primary of such a party. And that can be a constitutional amendment so that it will take away from our parties the right to compile voters' registers that are kept under people's pillows and under their beds. It will also broaden the franchise so that it will be difficult, in effect, to bribe all these people. There are a few other things. I think the president should pay taxes. And then my last point is that I think we should look at making the Council of State the upper chamber of our legislative body, some power to initiate some legislative things and to take some decisions. We know that this is a big group, so I will leave it here. And since the committee has my proposals, it can at its discretion reach back for more discussion. Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, if I may reclaim the global time, if I may reclaim still while we're
about 4
time.
minutes or 5 more minutes. Actually.
Absolutely. Sure. We have a Sankofa moment, which is something that I need to return to. That was part of my presentation that I skipped. Senegal, to facilitate their diaspora votes, allocated 10% of their legislative seats to their diaspora. So the 165 legislative seats, 15 of them belong to the diaspora, that their diasporans stand for election and vote onto their national legislative body. We see no reason why Ghana cannot do the same to facilitate the diaspora, the ROPA, because it will be nightmarish to try and get a Ghanaian in Iceland to whose home constituency is Ablekuma or something. I think the logistical aspect of it, and I know Honorable Charlotte Osai is on here. I can imagine how nightmarish that scenario will be, but that can be cleared by allocating specific seats for the diaspora so that those can be allocated by regions across the world. So when we're voting for president of the country, we're also voting for our legislator to come sit in parliament. And the proposal here is, because our estimated population is 10% of the Ghana's population, that should call for roughly about 27 seats for the diaspora. That is a constitutional issue. So that's part of our proposal. Thank you.
Very much. I presume that this concludes the Global Diaspora Council's presentation. If so, following the agenda for today, may I proceed to raise a few questions and seek clarification. A few hands raised, but the open forum will begin after the second presentation by the Ghana Diaspora Public Affairs Collective. Then we will have an open forum where any and everybody will be free to make a contribution. So following the agenda, I have taken some notes down, a diaspora-friendly constitution, and I like that you have offered us a comparative model when it comes to representation, talking about the Senegalese case. One of the things that would be extremely useful to the committee, especially from Ghanaians in the diaspora, given your various first-hand experiences based on where you live or what you've studied and what you're doing, it would be useful for us if there are models out there that you have, some experience of that you could share with us. So the Senegalese example, is one of those things that I think I have to acknowledge would be helpful, because there have been proposals before the committee about changing the nature of the composition of parliament to represent various groups that are historically underrepresented. Youth, women have come up for mention, but then also diaspora. And you mentioned one example of a country that does that. With local government, for example, Dr. Kennedy talked about local government. I think we are at a point where there is agreement in principle across the board that next elections for local government must include the election of local MMDCEs. That is not very much in contention. The difficulty that we are facing is that once you move beyond elections, once you move beyond the agreement on the principle to actually implementing the idea on the ground, an interesting picture begins to emerge. So Ghana currently has 261 districts. Many of the regional capitals, let's begin with Accra. Now, if you are able to define what Accra is at all, so if you start from Bawe, let's say from Bawe boundary somewhere, or Dansoman somewhere, and go all the way to, say, Adenta. Now, you can count in that, that space, roughly about 20-something, close to 30 different districts that we've carved out in that space. And part of the difficulty we're having is if we are going to elect mayors, so to speak, or MMDCs, it would mean, for example, that Accra would have about 20-something mayors. How effective, how governable is Accra with 20-something mayors? There's a certain acknowledgement that we may have cut the country, sliced it up into too many districts. And that if you really want to govern an urban space, 20 or so mayors in that space called Accra, or roughly the same number, or maybe about a dozen or 17 in Kumasi or somewhere, other place, it's just not practicable. So issues have been raised about merger and consolidation. Issues have also been basically, as a politically elected mayor, about the most effective way of getting the right skill set to govern a city like Accra. Those of you who live in other places, you have different ways of electing your mayors. Could you help us in terms of contributions from the diaspora with particular examples from your own area? Some places have city manager models. Other places have there are all kinds of models out there that go beyond merely electing mayor popularly from within the community, but we're looking for effective governance of the urban areas as well. So just as you provided us with a model or example from Senegal about how they represent diasporas in parliament, we would be very glad if those of you in the diaspora who are interested in local government and deepening local government or decentralization could share with us some interesting ways of doing this so that when we do make the move, it becomes effective. We don't want to solve a problem and then create many more problems. This will be the first time in Ghana's history, from the colonial period all the way down to the present, that we will be electing mayors across the country, and we need to get it right. Others have also proposed that probably we should just pilot it in the big 16 regional capitals and study it and see how it evolves before we roll it out across the country, because 261 districts is just too many. Some of these districts don't have markets, they don't have a local tax base, they don't have a local economy. What's the point of just electing for electing's sake when the main function of local government in our constitution is to be the engine for local development? If you don't have a tax base, how is that going to work? So these are some of the difficulties that we are grappling with on the committee. The demonetization of politics is something that has also come up for mention in many of our engagements. So campaign finance reform is something that has been mentioned. What I'm going to ask is, beyond stating the objective or the goal or the ideal, are there very concrete proposals that people have to share with us as to how we do it? Should we fund political parties, for example? Should we cap spending? Should we be prescriptive in what parties can and cannot do during elections? Can we say that, should we get very prescriptive here so that basically we can rein in this money in politics business? Because in fact, it has gotten out of control. And many people think that our democracy has been hijacked and it's not growing because of the influence of money. So again, very concrete proposals beyond the ideal that we should demonetize politics. Those who propose that we look at the 4-year mandate, there have been some suggestions, including by some of our former presidents, that maybe a 5-year mandate is more reasonable. Of course, if we were to go into that, it would take effect only prospectively, so it would not benefit an incumbent president. But if we were to go for a 5-year mandate for the president, would that apply to parliament as well? I mean, usually people just focus on the presidency, but when you're making the proposal, are you also thinking about parliament as also going for a 4-year term, or do people have, because in some countries, the president's term and the term of the legislature are not necessarily coterminous. Is that what people are talking about, or is the presumption that if we were to move to 5 years or whatever number of years people want, that the parliament will go along with the same length of time? So those are some of the questions I have from my end on your presentation. Fiscal decentralization, again, Dr. Kennedy mentioned it. That is an important part of the conversation. Many people have mentioned that under the current practice, even the District Assembly Common Fund doesn't get to the local level. A good chunk of it is pre-spent in Accra, so that local autonomy over that fund is very limited. And so proposals have been made for ways in which the Constitution will prevent monies that are earmarked for particular districts to be spent or pre-spent or earmarked for spending by bureaucrats or politicians in Accra. So that we've taken note of that. So that would be my my reaction to the submission that you made. But thank you for it. I think it's been extremely helpful. Do you propose, or if you have not already done so, do you plan to make a written submission as a council? Mr. Nkrumah, your hand is up.
A written submission?
Are you planning on making a written submission?
We will submit it. If you give it, absolutely, yes, we are. We will include all these things that we mentioned here in a written submission, including those of our members who have submissions that realistically, I don't think a forum like that will be able to capture everybody, but we've sent notice out there for our members to send their submissions to our email, so that if they're not able to make those submissions here individually, we'll collate them all and put them in one document and send to you. But on the issue of a model about the local government issue, if I may, I think the example that you gave, starting from, say, when you're coming from Bawe, you see all these constituencies. Constituency leaders are really we call the MCE is what in the United States, for example, they'll call the county sheriff. So the county sheriffs and mayors coexist in the same vicinity. It's just that one is a municipal leader, where one is a county. So our United States counties could be Ghana's constituencies. So various constituencies within the Accra, but overall, Accra would be the mayor, but various constituencies leaders will be our MCEs. So I think in Ghana, we sometimes we use those interchangeably. I don't know, MCE, DCE, but if we can just stick to MCE. So those large urban areas will have various MCEs, but one mayor. And there is a model in the United States where those two can coexist.
Okay, I mean, it would be helpful, because that's one of the sticking points when it comes to decentralization. I noticed that there's been a number of points made in the chat. I'm advised by my secretariat that it would be maybe it would be more efficient if, instead of throwing it in the chat, because and then that you would actually just be in the queue in line, raise your hand and make the point, because it's not easy for me to keep track of the chats as we're having this conversation. So I would actually indulge you to just raise your hand and you will get unmuted so that you can make your point. So if you've dropped something in the chat, just raise your hand and get unmuted and then make the point. I'm waiting for those with their hands raised to be unmuted.
Thank you for this opportunity. I just want to bring this point. I wanted to know if there's any reason why vetting ministers in Ghana are done publicly. If not, my appeal is that some changes should be done in terms of if it can be done behind closed doors, or
why would you want the vetting to be not transparent?
Yeah, I wanted it to be transparent, but the dramas we are watching, like for some time now, and recently, I don't think it promotes any good thing about Ghana.
Right. So the solution.
I think
Ghana Diaspora, constitutional review.
Please mute everybody else when somebody has the floor, please. Yeah, so I get your point about, the drama and all of the other things that attend the current process. But the solution to that may not be to say that we should let this go
Right, Ed, right.
in
Behind
camera.
closed doors. Yeah.
Right. So maybe there are other solutions. Maybe we should reform the way the approval process is handled. Some have proposed, for example, that instead of an omnibus, that is a one-size-fits-all appointments committee, that each sector should have their own committee to evaluate a nominee. So, for example, if you've been nominated to the Supreme Court, there is a constitutional and constitutional affairs committee of parliament that should be the one that should vet you. If you are for health, the health committee should vet you. If you are for finance, the finance committee. Some people think that if we did it that way, it would focus the issues better on the particular portfolio that the person is going to handle, as opposed to this open-ended appointments committee that is talking to everybody who is nominated. So there have been some proposals
All
that
right.
would improve the process as opposed to making it non-transparent.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Sure.
So the rest of my point is, can something be done in terms of the number of questions that should be asked, and then
Those are usually matters
minimize the
for.
number of family members and chiefs that travel all over.
Sorry, those are usually matters for the standing orders of parliament. So the constitution cannot go into that level of detail. I mean, parliament's standing orders is what we must be reforming in order
Okay.
to improve the vetting process.
All right.
Thank you. Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Okay.
Next person. You're
Hello.
muted.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you
Mr.
hear me?
Pius. Sure.
Yes, sir.
I was supposed to be the next person. I think so.
We
Emmanuel
don't
says,
know. I would
because of the
know.
line. But you said that the person will mute me, so I thought that that would be
Okay,
the
go
process.
ahead. I will go. Go ahead. I will go after you.
So,
Please,
those of us
unmute
at the
only
top.
one person at a time, please.
Yeah, those of us at the top, we started raising our hands first, and I think if we start from the top, it will really help us.
Yes. So should I go, or Mr. HKP, you want to go? All right, I will go. My name is Pius Ali. I am a city councillor. So I heard, and I'm also part of GH Park. I would love to work on to help with the county versus municipal, because I have a lot of experience in that. I've been a city councillor for almost 9 years now. So that is all that I'm going to say. I will work through GH Park. We have other people here from GH Park that will be speaking. I just want to share that so that you know that you have someone who also have an in-depth understanding of how.
Sure, absolutely. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. So please get in touch. Please get in touch with the project coordinator on the committee so that we can, find a way to get your very specific proposals on how we handle this.
Yeah, that will come from GH Park, which I'm part of.
GH Park, another, okay.
Yeah, I'm part of that. So I just want to share that so that you know that you also have someone who have an in-depth understanding of how that works. There are different models, and we have to be careful so that we don't stifle some of the Ghanaians who are at the local level.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Hello.
Okay.
Next, who is next?
Okay, my name is Emmanuel. Hello, can you hear me now, please?
Please go ahead.
My name is Emmanuel so I'm also in Germany representing the Germans, the Ghanaian here in Germany. I will also add to Pius what is now. Thank you so much. Like I said, I'm Emmanuel so here in Germany. Also the president of the Ghanaians here, and I'll be with peers, the way that some of these local governments have been voted. Because in Germany, for example, we have this federal system, and like the others also have been already said, I think it's about time that maybe if the 261 constituencies, that will be too much. We have also the federal system that can also help, which will really go down with the representatives that we are talking about. Because if the breakdown of the government is, then it depends on, for example, if you are in a Ashanti region and you are somewhere in Kumasi, or you are in Kwara State or wherever you are, then you have your small government who will determine what actually is supposed to be done there. And not that everything is being at the top where the government decided and it's coming down. These are some of the things that personally I think it's about time that we have to do something about the constitution, that we have this from top down, where each and every person can have a word being said. Not that once we vote the parliamentarians, then that's it. Then you don't have anything to say again. But if it comes to a breakdown, even where you have the opportunity that here will be a bicycle road, or here will be some kind of road, here will be some kind of bridge, these local people have the opportunity to have a say in what's supposed to be done, and then it goes up and up, and it's be like the cone-shaped kind of governance, which will help really a lot. Like U.S. has also this federal system, where even the laws that govern the whole country, some of the federal laws are even more powerful, so that it also helps the people that they are dealing with. That is one aspect that I can also help. But for now, I'm not really into the council like Pius, but with a little bit of experience here in Germany, I can also assist, but not that with the experience in the government. There is also a question or a contribution exactly from what our the representative also said, and a follow-up suggestion that if we have this in the diaspora, because we are doing diaspora engagement, I have to say that so most of the questions or contributions is coming from we the diasporans, what is good for us. It will be very nice if this is from one former president of UGAG, Daniel Dake. It will be very nice if this dual citizens serving in the political positions, these restrictions have been lifted. This will also help, I think, in the submission of Mr. Nkrumah. He said something like that, and I just want to emphasize on it, that is something that is also worrying us, and then we will prefer that in the near future, in the constitution, maybe with you as a chairman, you can do something about it for us. The next one is ROPA, which I think Mr. Nkrumah has said a lot about it, so I'll not go about it. And then I will thank you. And also, please, like Mrs. Kate said, if it's possible that if next time there will be initiative from other groups, but if you are sending the maybe the invitation and you get to the embassies and commissions and consulates, it will be really nice for us, so that we represent him, because we are dealing with the embassies, the Ghana embassies and consulate directly here in our various countries. It will be very nice if they also get it and get it to us, and then we can also spread it around. So these are my contributions I would like to also put across. Thank you.
Samuel, your turn to speak. Samuel, please unmute your mic and go ahead.
Hello, can I speak then?
Hello.
I'm Dr. John Baptist now. It's
Yes,
like Samuel is not
you can
really.
speak. Yeah, so Doc, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to also make my short submission. Let me begin by thanking the CRC for
Hello.
considering the diaspora.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Yes.
Hello.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Can I proceed?
Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So I want to begin my submission by thanking the CRC for engaging the diaspora today, and I'm very glad that you did. And I want to bring to our notice that on the 6th of May this year, I took the initiative to submit my memorandum. And the subject of my memorandum centers on proposal for an electoral college model for Ghana's presidential election. In doing some research and looking at the constitution briefly, I think that the opportunity to have a national review of our constitution is ripe now. And I think that is the most important thing that we should do. So I looked at Article 63.3 of the 1992 Constitution, which stipulates that a simple majority, that is 50 plus 1 votes, could make one the president of our nation. And this has been there for the past 32 years. And I think it has served its usefulness. And I hope you agree with me that our society as a nation has matured considerably, and so our democracy. So as I said, this simple majority presidential win is something that I think that the Constitution Review Committee should look at. I then linked Article 63.3 of the 1992 Constitution to the other provision, which is Article 35.6b of the 1992 Constitution, which talks about regional and ethnic balance in national affairs. So if you look at appointments of ministers, DCEs, and all and other positions, this regional and some form of ethnic balance is considered. But when it comes to the presidential aspect, I hope you agree with me that this principle, this constitutional principle, falls short of that, because if you talk of simple majority, how then do we ensure regional balance in terms of the bigger picture when we undertake elections? So I think that this is how this proposal can work. The Electoral College proposal can work for Ghana. It can work because I also want to let us know that this proposal is not going to be like a copy and paste kind of thing. And I want to link to cite 2 examples, like what happens in America. In the American Constitution, they have the Electoral College, where the presidential candidate must become a president-elect to win the highest number of votes. Not only that, the president-elect must have more than 270 electoral votes to then seal for the win. And coming back to Africa, which is Nigeria, as a good example to cite in support of my proposal for Electoral College, is that for Nigeria, the winner for the president must have the highest number of votes. Apart from that, the winning candidate, presidential candidate, must have at least 25% in each of 2/3 of the states in Nigeria. and the capital territory is included. So when we have this form of electoral college, I think we are now going to bring that true sense of the regional balance, which Article 35(6)(b) of the 1992 talks about. So if we do that, it is really going to help us. And in my 3-page memorandum, which I submitted per WhatsApp as well as per email to the CRC, I stated some benefits, which I just want to go very fast because you have the details, but I think it's important that I submit this so that if there are questions or clarifications, I can directly respond to that. So one of the benefits for Ghana, for the CRC to consider with respect to electoral college model for Ghana is that it will promote more national unity and equitable development. That is what I think, because we are talking of regional balance, but when it comes to the presidential elections, this seems to be lacking. It will also encourage national campaigning and inclusive reforms. It will reduce ethnic and ethnocentric appeals and regional polarization. And this point is very important because the major political parties, the NDC and the MPP, they have what they call the vote banks. So the possibility that a particular political party thinking I have majority here, and if I win there by the constitutional provision, I only need 50% plus 1 vote. I don't really need any other thing, and I become the president. So 3 regions can produce a president for us, whilst the other 13 regions say differently. And I think if the CRC looks at this proposal, it will enhance our quest to look at loopholes in the 1992 Constitution, which served us very well for the past 32 years. So the recommendations are very clear. If I may summarize, I am proposing that the CRC should amend the Article 63.3 to replace the simple majority with the electoral college. There should also be a national dialogue to be able to look at how to implement this. And I want to say that there should also be a commission on a technical design study by 2026 to see how to have phased implementation as we draw close to 2028 general elections. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. I noticed that a lot of people probably, I don't know if it's because of the word model. I mean, obviously, we are not trying to import anybody's model. We have problems to solve. How we solve them has to take into account the context in which we're operating. So the fact that I use that if you have models that you are aware of that you think can help solve the problem, it's not to say that we have to import anybody's system of government. We are designing the Ghanaian constitution, but the goal here is to solve problems in Ghana in the area of governance and politics and development and democracy. So if Senegal has found a way to represent the diaspora and you want diaspora representation and you think that the Senegal approach, maybe let me use approach as opposed to model. If you think that approach is what you think you like, you can propose that. So the issue here is not about copy and pasting anything. We are trying to design solutions to our own problems. So I noticed there are so many comments about colonialism and copying and all of that. That's not, nobody is interested in that. We are going to be doing certain things for the first time in our history, like electing mayors, electing MMDCs. We want them to be effective. We don't want to elect for electing's sake. Otherwise, we'll have 261 mayors. How should we proceed? Right? So that's the question. How should we proceed so that we don't create new problems? For example, let me give one very concrete example raised by the Gadangbe Council in Accra. Accra is the national capital. It is hugely cosmopolitan, in many respects overpopulated. If you just elect, for example, those who prefer elections to be on a no-party basis, which is quite a number of Ghanaians, a sizable number of Ghanaians do not want parties to be involved in the election of mayors. Concerns have been raised by, for example, the Gadangbe Council that if you did that in Accra, you would probably, in many areas, not elect a GA. That is their concern. That they are concerned, right, as indigents of the community, that an election would produce, disproportionately in terms of the numbers, persons who are not from Accra. Is that a concern? Is that something that, so the counter proposal then said, well, maybe if parties were involved, parties could filter in terms of the candidate selection and take account of all of these other moderating considerations, and then that would produce a result that meets probably the concerns of the indigents. Right. So these are some of the issues we are context-specific, practical issues that we are grappling with on the ground. As for just electing is not a problem, right? So for local government, just electing is not a problem. How the elections should take place so that they don't create new problems, they don't divide, they don't wreck our social cohesion. Some of those considerations have been raised. And that's why the committee is interested in some innovative ways of dealing with this. Again, for example, issues have been raised about women's representation. Ghana has one of the lowest representations of women in our parliaments. The parties are there. And yet, when we have elections, women don't get elected. Concerns have been raised. If we have elections, open elections for mayors, are we going to ever elect a woman mayor anywhere? That's the concern of some groups of people. Should we then say we're electing deputy and a mayor and a deputy on the same ticket, both of whom cannot be of the same sex? Some of those kinds of proposals have been received by us. So since we've done this since March, it's important that I let you know some of the ideas, some of the issues that have been put out there, and also the concerns that people have with these reforms, so that if you can address yourselves innovatively to some of these problems, that would be helpful, more helpful to the community than just telling us we want to elect our mayors. Everybody wants to elect the mayors, but how? Thank you. So Dr. Na, I get the point that you don't want, when it comes to the presidency and presidential elections, the current first past the post system that enables a person to win maybe in the second round, first round, whoever first two go to the second round, and then we have a runoff. So would your proposal, one question is, would your proposal not entrench the two parties that are already dominant? Right? So if you were to require that we, for example, look at the Nigerian model, where in addition to the most votes, you should get a certain percentage of votes in a certain number of the states or the regions or the provinces in the country. Now, the two parties, there are also concerns about, that we have this duopoly in our system that doesn't allow almost any third force, any third party candidate to emerge. Will a system like that not go to entrench the already dominant parties who have much stronger national coverage and therefore may be able to have candidates who have the kind of appeal you're talking about?
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof, for your question. In looking at this presidential electoral system, I realized that if you look at the very sense of, as I said, Article 35, subsection B, it talks about regional and ethnic balance. So, but the current presidential electoral system does not encourage that. So, in answering your question, I think that if we seriously consider this electoral college system model for our presidential elections, I think it will really help us. For example, I propose in my memorandum that the basic structure that Ghana can consider for discussion is, when it comes to the electoral college system, we have the popular votes, and the winning candidate must have the highest number of votes, no doubt, because there's going to be a high acceptability for the presidential candidate, that the winning candidate. But then that should not be the only yardstick, which Ghana has practiced for over 32 years now. So the other element, which, as I said, the US and Nigeria, is a second layer, which is to say that there should be another checking system to then give us that national coverage. So one of the basic structure I propose is that each of, for example, one of the steps should be each of Ghana's 16 regions should have a baseline number of electoral votes. So which the CRC should determine, or Ghanaians should determine how many electoral votes should come from each region. So that means that this electoral layer will then represent all the regions instead of using the simple one, such that if 3 regions can produce a president, then I don't really care. Of course, as you rightly said, the NDC and the MPP are the dominant ones. So they will always be competing for the seat of the presidency. And that is the main reason why we have to take out this kind of over-reliance on certain regions or certain ethnicities, such that it will get to a point, then the country will become much more polarized. So the other element, which I think if we do, is, for example, to say that some MPs could be voting,
notwithstanding
rights.
The issue you raised. I mean, are we solving a problem that we have with regional balance in our presidential elections? I mean, in the Third Republic, we have elected, presidents from different parts of the country. With the current system, the parties know how to do regional balancing of tickets. The electorate is not unmindful of that when they vote. It's so essentially, are we solving a problem that doesn't exist? I mean, do we have a problem with making sure that any Ghanaian is able to get on the ballot and get elected? I mean, the real difficulty is the party, right? If you are not from one of the 2 parties, so really it's not whether or not you are from this region or that region. These are 2 big national parties that are roughly equally matched in their national strength. And really, so the real issue here is which party's ticket are you on? If you are not on NPP or NDC, your chances are slim, regardless of what ethnicity you have, right? So is the issue really that we can't get regional representation or regional identities fairly represented? It's just one position, remember. That one person is going to have a single ethnicity or at best 2, right? So it's not possible usually in one office to find that kind of regional balance. You find it from the party's appeal. And this system that you're proposing, you say it looks like the US, but in the US too, the Electoral College has very many disadvantages, right? It tends to overrepresent, rural communities more than urban areas. It tends to, it's almost impossible to elect a president from New York or California these days, right? Because of the nature of the Electoral College and how the votes have been parceled out. Everybody goes to Iowa and those places. So it's not necessarily the most ideal, is it? I mean, I see the Nigerian points that you're making, and maybe that deals with some of the problems of first past the post. But the Electoral College, the US Electoral College, is that not a bit far-fetched? I mean, is that the solution to a Ghana problem?
Hello.
Thanks
Okay.
for
You
your
have the floor, please.
Hello. Question. So what I'm trying to propose is there are 2 things that I think if this proposal is considered, we can actually make it our Ghana way. That is why I stated also, and as you rightly said, this exercise is not to copy and paste. It's to draw lessons from the diaspora, what has been the good practice for the adoption by the CRC and Ghana. I think that has futuristic points that if we do this, just as we are evolving.
Okay.
Yes, just as we are evolving, it will get to a point where a party should not have over-reliance on which regions are going to give me the vote. So that
Okay.
it is not
All
a
right.
present
All right.
a problem, actually.
All right,
Okay.
Mr. Okay. So
Can we have the floor, please?
let's go back to the original program. We've already eaten into the time for the second presentation by the Ghana Diaspora Public Affairs Collective, who are on the agenda as the next presenters. Once they are done, then we will have the open forum where any and everybody whose hand is up can speak to the issue. So is the representative of the Ghana Diaspora Public Affairs Collective ready? If he or she is, he or she can have the floor for, let's say, 20 minutes. Hello? Ghana Diaspora Public Affairs Collective. If not, we return to the open forum and we keep going.
I think he has to mute himself.
Hello?
But is anybody monitoring this meeting?
Hello?
I meant anybody moderating this meeting?
Yes, the secretariat, there's a team that's supposed to be moderating this.
But they don't seem to be. I don't know what is happening. But,
Can you unmute yourself?
I can unmute myself and I can speak, but without any prohibition. So, Jermaine, are you still there, or who is moderating?
I'm here. This is a meeting held by the CRC Secretariat. So we're just a
Ghana Diaspora Public Affairs Committee, please, can you unmute your mic and go ahead?
Kweku, I think he just left the meeting, but I'm trying to unmute him, but he has to do it himself.
He said he doesn't have access to it.
Hello?
Okay, hi. Hello.
Yeah,
Can you hear me now?
Somebody from GH, I'm a member of GH Park, but somebody that we've appointed to speak is trying to log in.
Yes,
She's having challenges. She will join soon.
I've just done that, Councilman Ali. So this
okay.
is the
Unmute yourself, please. Unmute yourself. Ghana Diaspora Public Affairs.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So we grouped our presentation into three themes: political and governance reforms, development, and diaspora rights. So under political and governance reforms, the first set of reforms we think the committee should propose are to the political party financing regime, which we've discussed. Other groups and members of the committee have discussed already, but we have 4 proposals that there should be an express prohibition of the use of state resources, with the exception of legal funding or public funding, if provisions made for public funding of political parties. So by state resources, we mean public funds, government vehicles, civil servant labor, and other state resources. And this is to address the issue of abuse of incumbency, where political parties in power marshal state resources in their campaigns, and there's no tracking of that and no accountability for that. The second proposal is to ban the acceptance of illicit funds explicitly and require compliance programs. I'm sure many members of the committee may have read the research reports put together by William Nyako and others under the auspices of the Westminster Foundation for Democracy, which have indicated that certain organized criminal elements in the drug trade, in Galamsey, and other involved in other criminal activities are actively involved in funding political parties and candidates. So there should be an explicit ban on that and criminalization of the acceptance, both the acceptance and the provision of illicit funds to political parties and candidates. Third reform is to set campaign spending caps for political parties and candidates. Again, research has shown that in the latest research paper, comprehensive research paper on this was submitted in 2022, I believe. And at that time, the estimate was that it costs something like $100 million to run for the presidency, and that was a significant increase on the estimates that was compiled in 2019. And if we don't set binding caps on the expenditure by political parties and candidates, you create a situation where essentially your ability to be elected into office depends on how much money you have. The persons with the deepest pockets, who may not necessarily be the most qualified candidates, are always going to be elected, or often going to be elected. The final proposal under the political party subject is that we mandate timely public disclosure and reporting of large donations. So currently in the Constitution, there are requirements for political parties to submit their accounts to the Electoral Commission, and in the Political Parties Act, for the Commission to publish these accounts. I, in collaboration with another civil society group a while ago, sued for access to these accounts. Anybody who's read these accounts like I have will tell you that the descriptions of the sources of funds, and that's the constitutional provision, Article 55, is that parties must disclose their sources of funds, which itself is very vague, and it leaves room for parties to report, for example, diaspora fundraising, or council of elders, and not name the specific individuals or groups who make donations. So our proposal is that there must be reporting of the donations above a certain threshold. And the reason that we think there should be a threshold is that if you ask every single parties to report every single donation, even a 5 cedi or 5 peso donation, that may be practically difficult and may dissuade individuals who may not want to be identified as supporting a party, but want to make those contributions. So, individuals with ordinary jobs from doing so. The next set of reforms around protecting democracy. So first, the Auditor General. We propose that the Auditor General should be granted full prosecutorial authority to recover misused public funds. We also propose there should be time-bound publication of audit reports with real-time access by Parliament and the public. So we're all familiar with the case where in 2025, for example, the Auditor General will be publishing the reports of the 2023 financial year instead of the 2024 financial year. And that's even an improvement over the previous situation where there were sometimes 3-4 year time lags in the publication of reports. We also propose that there should be reforms to ensure that there is independence from executive interference in the Auditor General's budget and operational matters. Under the courts, our proposal is that there should be a non-partisan, merit-based judicial appointments committee to nominate judges at all levels and create a short list of judges which the appointing authority, whether it's a president at the Supreme Court level or another authority at lower levels, can then pick from the short list that is created by this judicial appointments committee. And this model, there's an example of this model on the African continent in Kenya. I think there's someone else who has been unmuted, so I'm hearing some background noise.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. So the next proposal is that under the theme of the courts is that there should be mandatory timelines for the electoral disputes at the parliamentary level. And if we eventually decide to elect mayors at the mayoral level and local council level. So there are already mandatory timelines for the resolution of presidential disputes. But at the parliamentary level, we have situations like the dispute over Jeche Kweson's candidacy and other cases where these disputes sometimes drag on for the entire 4-year tenure of a member of parliament, and member of parliament has to spend his time contesting these disputes instead of representing his or her constituents. And we also propose that there are mandatory timelines for avoid cases like that of the former Auditor General, whose case was adjourned until it became moot. So under the theme of ministerial appointments, our proposal is that the number of ministers appointed from Parliament be capped at 25% of the members of Parliament. And, I think many of us are familiar with the challenges that arise from the current provision, which is that majority of president's ministers should be appointed from Parliament. We also propose that there should be a prohibition on the appointment of ministers without clear portfolio responsibilities to reduce bloated governance. And the aim of this proposal is to address the situation where governments appoint ministers of state without portfolio at the presidency in an attempt to reward party loyalists. And in many cases, even when they create portfolios, they are duplicative of the responsibilities of sector ministers. And then our final proposal under that theme, the theme of political governance, is that we mandate public disclosure of asset declarations before the assumption of office. So I won't speak too much about that because I think we are all familiar with the current regime. The disclosures are essentially made only to the Auditor General, as Mahama has directed his ministers to the Chief of Staff as well. But they are not available to the public. And so it's not possible for members of the public, CSOs, to track whether or not a member of government is astronomically increasing his or her wealth or assets while in office. Under the theme of development, our proposal is that the NDPC independence should be guaranteed, and it should be a professional and multi-partisan body with members selected based on their expertise and to represent particular interest groups. So there should be representation from, for example, former finance ministers who are not members of the party in power, from every political party that meets a certain threshold or wins a certain threshold of votes, from the central bank, from groups representing farmers, traders, disabled, service sector, to be selected by associations representing those interest groups. And then we have some other proposals around the functions of the NDPC, and we'll present a written proposal to the committee on this as well. So those are essentially proposals around the theme of development. And I'll now hand over to Adjoa Tremanting, who's joined the call. She's the founder of GHPAC, and she will speak to our proposals on diaspora rights.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you, Lolan. Thank you so much for that careful presentation regarding, the diasporan interests in protecting democracy and governance, which ultimately impacts development in Ghana. GHPAC, Diaspora Public Affairs Collective, these ideas have been long time coming. It's been what has been expressed over time by our members and by leaders of Ghanaian associations, many of whom I see on this call. Because for diasporans, it's not just about, our own rights, but really how the future of the country, because ultimately, many of us are either coming back, as returnees, or we have significant interest still, whether it's our families and business interests. Just to diaspora rights, and I'm just going to share my screen a bit, if you don't mind. Ghana Diaspora Public Affairs Collective, we have membership all over the world. And so some of these issues are issues that have been consistent in terms of intrinsic rights that need to be strengthened in Ghana's constitution. So we all know, obviously, that in order to fully, participate as a citizen, we need to be able to vote in elections. It's intrinsic to the democratic process. And though the law has been enacted, it needs to be implemented. And so where there can be amendments to the Constitution to allow for restrictions and penalties around the lack of implementation of this right to vote for Ghanaians, no matter where we live, this is what we would like to see. So where we can see legal mechanisms also to enforce timelines, to enforce also access, depending on where we are in the world. So, so that we don't have lopsided representation, depending on where we are. So that also will be tied to the access to embassies and consulates and other touch points that can allow for the right to vote. And to also ensure that voter education is implemented, not only for Ghanaians living abroad, but quite frankly, for Ghanaians at home as well, because we saw a number of restricted voter exercises in the last election cycle that was very alarming. in terms of ensuring that Ghanaians are well aware of the opportunity to register to vote. And we really felt that that did a disservice for the country. You know, the concept of diaspora and diasporans is expanding by the day from perhaps the original thought that was captured in Ghana's constitution. And so we think that it's very important now to clarify the concept of a diasporan or a citizen, so that particularly in terms of specific rights. So, you know, citizenship is determined by birthright or by descent. It can also be determined by investment or naturalization. But what we would argue, given the concerns of particularly Ghanaians in diaspora, being that the rights that are articulated in the Constitution is directly related to whether we have a parent or grandparent that is a Ghanaian, that should also be reflected then in what is to be complicated processes around land and estate rights. So to us, you know, this is an important distinction to make to avoid some of the challenges that we are currently seeing and confusion. Also, accountability, transparency, so that this is protected. Again, you know, there are a lot of elements in Ghana's constitution that are on the right path, but lack enforceability. And so we would argue that perhaps the next iteration of Ghana's constitution can go now to even a bit more specific than it does now in order to prevent or protect rights, you know, adequately. The right to run for office, we've seen this, you know, obviously lead to several court contests and arguments that, you know, have left the conversation even perhaps more muddy. And so again, this is where we think that perhaps clarify rights in regards to citizenship by birthright or descent. Again, for the right to run for office is critical, important in this regard, particularly for the office of to run for parliament. We believe in that the right to run for president remains more restrictive, you know, that as typical of most countries across the world, which, you know, should remain a Ghanaian that was born on the soil and remains on the soil. But when we're talking about parliament, where a lot of the initiatives regarding development and the progress of the country can be determined, we see the value of having diasporan Ghanaians involved. So I think that is almost all of our time. And I know around this time is when there was supposed to be time for question and answer, which we're happy to engage. Thank you.
Much for sticking to the time. Now, just a couple of questions from so on ROPA, I mean, so one group, I think Jermaine, Mr. Nkrumah's group, Global. So there are two issues here, or two separate issues. One is the right to vote or to participate through voting in Ghana-based elections. And then the second is a right of representation as a community, as a diasporan community. And these are two separate issues. So the Senegalese have chosen to go the other way, which is that they've chosen the right to representation for diasporans in parliament. So they've reserved some seats in parliament. That's one model. And then there is the right of Ghanaians living abroad to vote in elections that take place in Ghana. for whoever it is that is contesting that election at the presidential level, definitely. And then if we could find a way at the parliamentary level. This is the rope out issue, right? And perhaps I don't know if either of the groups of the aspirants who presented, if either of you has found out from either the EC or the podcast class what is holding up the rope out implementation. Is there a technical difficulty? Is it a political problem? And if there is a problem that appears insoluble, would the Senegalese alternative be an alternative that you would look at, which is that instead of or rather than participate in Ghanaian elections, is the diasporan community asking for a reserved seat in parliament, or is it both? Right. So some clarity on that. The issue of enforceability of provisions in the Constitution that has been raised multiple times and it's come before the committee in many different ways. So I think we will take note of that as well. The public disclosure of assets before elections has come up. Mr. Lowland, I find so the current proposal, I mean, let me rephrase it. When it comes to members of parliament being picked from, ministers being picked from parliament, the positions are usually very binary. Take all of them out or keep the system. But you were saying we should cap it at 25. In other words, we should let be ministers, except 5 of the size of the ministerial pool must come from parliament. Could you explain exactly why you don't go the other extreme, right? Why you would keep 25% as opposed to 0? So is there some particular virtue that you think we get from having some MPs become ministers, but not as many as 50 plus 1, right? Which is the current system. The current system says a majority must come from parliament. You would reduce it to 25%. What's the reason why you keep them at all?
Yeah, so thanks.
So I'm not, and then on political party finance, again, we're looking for solutions that take our context into account. As you rightly said, the current constitution does regulate political party financing in some way. It's been fleshed out a little bit more in the Political Parties Act. Neither appears effective. Neither the constitutional provision nor the act appears effective. One reason is enforceability. We have received proposals to create a separate party regulator to regulate political parties because it appears that the EC is either uninterested or unable to do that in addition to all the work they must do. So that's one proposal that we've received. There is also the idea that, bank funds, really exactly the issues of traceability. There are a lot of, whether it's technology or administratively, we appear unable to actually enforce these kinds of things. Should we not be looking for more context-relevant solutions? So which, for example, look at the expenditure side. So much of the expenditure in elections, we understand things like billboards and rallies and stuff like that. It's easy to limit the number of billboards because it's visible. You can count it. It's fairly easy, right? So it may be a primitive solution, but in the Ghanaian context, it looks like if you said no candidate can have X number of X size, and this is not something we put in the Constitution, but if we were to legislate in that way, would it not be more effective as opposed to saying, let's ban illicit funds? Then issues of traceability, disclose where you got your money from. a lot of these things, and we also are mindful of not putting in the Constitution things that we can't enforce easily. Then the Constitution begins to lose value because it's there, but it's not enforced, right? So shouldn't we be looking for solutions that are much easier to enforce because it's almost like visible. The violation is very clear. You can see it, right? Which would put more of the weight on the spending side than on the receiving side. And then there's this proposal, which is gathering some interest about a campaign season. Part of the reason that our expenditures on campaign are so huge is there is no regulation of when you can begin campaigning and when you cannot. So immediately after one election, the next one begins, as it's already begun, right? So the proposal is that we should have, say, X number of weeks or months before general elections. That's when the campaign season begins. Anytime before that, it's unlawful, right? Then, of course, the issues of incumbency, which is helpful if you're going to have such a system, then you have to prevent the incumbent also from being able to, basically cheat by starting to campaign long before that. Have you thought about some of these less administratively difficult ways of taking money out of politics as opposed to trying to track where money is coming from, which has become extremely difficult in our system?
So in fact, that is done by, a very rigid system that is tied then to your ability to continue to function as a political entity. So in this case, it would be the parties, right? So, a certain level of reporting is required, of which, it is even then expected that your donors are also filling out specific forms in order for the funds to then be tracked. So it makes it easier that way, as opposed to, as you said, trying to track the money as receivables, but rather expenditure So we would agree with that premise. And but I would say to your questions around capacity, certainly, again, that's where, as much as the EC can be empowered to work with law enforcement to that end, that's where we see the opportunity to address the enforceability of these measures. Roland, did you want to add anything in regard to that before we talk about the ministerial appointments?
Yeah, so I mean, on creating a new body, it's something which we've considered creating a new body to regulate campaign financing, or to even regulate parties. I know the Kenyan model, they have a political parties registrar that is specifically responsible for regulating parties and their their source of funds to some extent. I mean, that could be a solution to the problem, but I think we just have to be careful that we don't create another body that sucks public funds, but is also not effective. So the mode of appointment of members of that body and the financing of that body and the independence will be essential if that's the way we want to go. On banning or tracking expenditure rather than the sources, that could be a solution, but I think we need to think about how to address challenges like the fact that for a lot of candidates, their donors may raise their own funding and make the donations, whether it's bags of rice to constituents or do the expenditure on their behalf. And so then you run into that problem as well, tracking the individual donors of than individual donors to the campaigns or to the parties. But that could be a potential solution. So, Adra, I think you can speak to the
how that is
ministers.
done, because, again,
I'm sorry, are we part of this discussion? Thank you.
Go ahead. Hello?
Okay. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I didn't know if that was a question. We were just trying, Madam, to answer the questions from the Honorable, of which, and I believe it will be an open discussion after this. But this is regarding our proposal. So to answer the question about what you call independent expenditures, which is essentially when an entity does electioneering, whether it's bags of rice or marketing of any kind on behalf of a candidate, even if it's not directly from a candidate. Again, because that involves some sort of marketing that can be enforced via marketing rules and restrictions of if use. To the questions regarding the ministerial appointments, why we are suggesting at GHPAC is regarding of ministers coming from allowing 25% of ministers coming from political parties to allow for the agenda of the political parties to be exercised in some form, particularly some critical roles. So critical ministerial positions that are directly related to the agenda of the party that has either won the election or is in opposition. And so allowing for that so that there is some vision,
But they elected the president, and the president is going to pick the ministers, if he or she were to pick them, would presumably be picking party people, whether they are in parliament or out of parliament. So where is the party's vision lost? Why do you need MPs to sit in the cabinet in order to get the party's vision there? The president is a party elected president, presumably. The ministers, whether in or out of parliament, are presumably part of the party. So this 25%, I mean, I'm not bothered by the proposal itself. I just want to get the rationale, because when we propose something, we have to back it up with a rationale. So if this is where the conversation or the proposal is leaning, how might we justify it as a recommendation?
Yes, so it's about accountability. So the concern around because what we're seeing right now in certain countries where the leaders of agencies or ministries don't have any accountability with the voting public, means that sometimes they can ignore the concerns of the voting public. And so that is to try to provide checks and balances of that by making very critical positions accountable.
But is the limitation not referring to Parliament, MPs being ministers? I'm sorry, I just wanted to help.
Correct. So allowing for a percentage of the ministers to be MPs, meaning that they are directly accountable to constituents, is what is the idea behind the percentage.
But the 25% would be accountable only to the constituencies that elected them, right? So
No,
it's not as if they are nationally, the president is nationally accountable. And the president is ultimately the one who is accountable for the performance of all the ministers, the entire government, the cabinets. So there is still political accountability. Why would an MP from a small part of from only a section of the country, why would their performance, I mean, the political accountability argument is what I'm trying to get, is if they fail as MPs, then what? Their localities that elected them will throw them out.
Kwesi, I'm sorry, can I help? I mean, I think the limitation is referring to people who are MPs and ministers at the same time. I think
Yes.
it's about accountability, because the fact of the matter is that if they have that, then the role of parliament as scrutineers becomes a bit limited. So the less you have from parliament, the better. I think that should be the argument. Not that they're going to be accountable to their constituencies alone. No, if you're a minister, you're accountable to the whole country in the execution of your duties as a minister. But I think if we have too many of them coming from parliament, then we have a problem with scrutiny, and we have a problem with them being able to be very effective in parliament and effective in their constituency as well.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what I'm saying is that the proposals we're getting on this particular issue lean in the direction of taking all of them out of parliament. And I'm saying that if you want some to remain, 20%, 10%, 15%, whatever, what would be the justification for letting some of them remain at all? I think this is what I was trying to tease out, right? So because most of the recommendations are saying just take them out, right? And if we were to say, well, of course, if there was some middle of the road solution, and we said, well, we're not going to be binary here. What we don't like is just too many of them being in parliament. So keep some, but few. And the question is how few? And if it's 25% or 20%, what's the logic? Or is it an arbitrary number? I mean, there's no logic.
Can I chip in here, please, if I may?
Yes, no. Yes,
and I'm from the UK. I live in the UK. I'm speaking from the UK right now. In the UK, all ministers, secretaries of state, all of them are from parliament.
Sure.
All of them. So it is not so much about what it is, it's how. What is it that they are delivering? And that is what the focus has to be. The numbers don't make anything. I mean, these are just numbers. So I think.
Well, but in Ghana, I mean, it's true. It's true that in UK, basically the entire cabinet is picked from within parliament. So that has been their tradition. That's their experience. They have a very strong civil service to backstop all of this.
Exactly.
We don't. In our system, the ministers actually, make all the decisions.
Yes, but it looks as if
when you choose a minister, they run their departments and their ministries almost without civil servants sometimes. They're actually doing the right.
So I think we are looking for solutions, right? But it looks like we are really homing in on one particular model, i.e., probably a presidential model and what we have. But
because we have a presidential model.
Hello, can I chip in, please? Yeah.
No, somebody is on the floor.
Okay.
May he or she finish.
Let's conclude our recommendation.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. To say that I understand what you're trying to understand, why 25%. Remember of the current status quo and what we're trying to get to. As you've said, many have said that they would rather all be removed. We have seen in some models, particularly I would say even the United States model, some danger in that. And so what we're suggesting is a gradual reduction to test this process of being able to reduce the influence of the president and the ruling party on ministerial positions and the execution of programs. So I think naturally, we as policy professionals have chagrin in any sort of drastic change without a real exploration of all the consequences, and it will allow us to see the results. That is our recommendation. So I don't know if we want to continue with this topic.
Is it time to address?
I think we are done with the second presentation, and the time allotted for the second presentation is up. I think in the balance of the time, which is roughly 2 hours, it's an open forum from here on. So the Secretariat will pick those whose hands are raised in order. I guess I don't know how the queue is working. I can't tell from here.
Okay.
But they will decide who speaks in what order.
Okay, Prof. I have the sequence, so I will start with Mr. Treme, and then based on the chronological order of the hands raised, I will click on ask to unmute. People should look at their screen. You get a message, and then you unmute your mic when it is your turn.
And then lower your hand too once you're done.
Yeah, that one I can also lower it from here. But the point is that people should look at their screen. When it's their turn, they will be asked to unmute and then they can speak. So I'm starting with Mr. Treme.
Yeah, Matthew. Hello.
Yes. Thank you so very much. And I'm grateful that you've made this possible, Prof. And I know you'll do a good job. So please don't let us down. That's a general comment. To start with, I don't know which other points have been made, but if they've been made, I'll be quick and I'll just go over them. The one of citizenship. I think our constitution somehow, when it comes to the limitations of what a citizen can do, when it comes to dual between a primary citizen, somebody who holds a primary citizenship, or somebody who holds a secondary citizenship. So in that regard, I would want us to have a look at making sure that the Constitution article, and I'm just scrolling down, sorry. Article 94.2, that says you can only be an MP if you, except if you hold another citizenship. I think that I'm proposing that we delete that and then make it that article 92, 94, I think it's 94.2a shall be deleted, where it says A owes allegiance to a country other than Ghana, because I think that is not right. That limits the citizenship right. And if you look about our fundamental human rights and citizenship right of all Ghanaian citizens. Now, the fact that somebody has got a second citizenship does not deprive that person of their right to represent, to vote or to be voted for in an election. So that is the first. The second thing that I'm proposing is that in 94, when it comes to the the election, the participation of politics at the local level, it says that is 55. Article 55.3 says that political parties cannot sponsor candidates for elections to any public office. I think that is not right, and that too should be deleted, and we should amend it. The argument for that is that usually local politics become a training ground for national politics. So if you deprive the local level political participation in something like the district assembly or the municipal assembly, then you are depriving people from the practice of doing public service or doing public government work at the local level before they go to the national level, except if you have political parties that are good enough to train their people for office. You can have situations where somebody goes to parliament and that's the first time that person is sitting in public meetings and doing things like that. And I think that does not do well for our politics. The other one that I'm suggesting is just, I think, Prof, if you're doing this CRC, I would suggest that you go through the Constitution with the tooth and comb and see that there are certain corrections that need to be made. One of it is correction at Article 68.4, where it says the president shall receive instead of the president shall receive. And I'm sure that the president, according to our current constitution, appoints too many people, and there should be a limitation. We can present a paper on that if that is of interest, but I think we should be thinking seriously about that. With respect to expenditure by Sorry.
I think you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So can you wind up? Can you wind up?
Yes. Okay, I'll do that. And the last point, let me make it the last point, is the fact that, I think that has been made already. The expenditure by candidates in campaigns. I know, Prof, you said that will be difficult if you're going to. Yes, it should be difficult. We should be prepared to do a difficult job if you want to do politics and democracy properly in Ghana. As it is now, it's untenable, it's not good, and we should find serious means of making sure that political parties and candidates don't spend so much money that makes them become corrupt when they are in power, because they need to cover their monies and their expenditure. And I think if we don't do that, we would not succeed with the kind of political dispensation that we have now. Thank you very much. And
Thank you. So very quickly on the 55-3, again, giving you what the trends are.
Yeah.
Is while Ghanaians in huge want their municipal chief executives and other mayors elected, a large majority also consistently want parties out of those elections. Now, so currently, I think the sentiment is definitely in favor of electing, but the sentiment is also against having parties participate. One of the reasons is the last point that local communities and Ghanaians generally have seen the way parties have operated, and somehow they don't like it. They think there's too much money. Parties bring too much money into politics. Our local government elections, the way they are now, basically there's very little money involved in it because the parties are kept out officially. They are still in, but when you ask local communities, well, we already know that parties are involved. So why don't we just make it official?
Yeah.
Because they are not officially involved, it changes the dynamics of the election. One, like I said, money is out. But two, the national party doesn't come breathing on our necks, and they don't bring the full force to the party structure to bear on our local elections. Nobody's endorsing anybody. Presidents are not coming in. There's very little.
Because this is the theory. I'm sorry.
No, it's not. This is the practice.
It doesn't happen.
No, this is the
practice, exactly what you are describing is what happens.
No.
Even though it's done undercover, which is wrong.
No. Presidents don't endorse candidates. They don't come to assemblies and endorse candidates and do all of those things. If you lift the veil today, you are going to get the result people fear. So I'm just giving you the counter argument to yours, which is that and this is a focus group discussion that we had in Koforidua. And there's like, look, we know that parties are involved.
Yes.
But because
I
have been not allowed.
I have been an assembly member for 8 years, and I know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
The point is that we need to formalize it.
How much did you spend? How much did you spend on the election?
I was a government appointee, so I didn't have to spend anything. But when you're going to elect the chief executive, I can tell you the kind of influence and the money that go underhand. Okay, and this is what we need to eliminate. Now, if political parties want to sponsor people, that is fine. But if other people who are not political,
the proposal we need, the suggestions you guys should give us, is that people are really tired of these two parties, and that is what I'm telling you, that Ghanaians are developing an antipathy towards these two parties.
Yes,
they think that the parties are destroying the democracy. They are bringing too much money, too much volume, all the things they don't like into our politics.
So we need to,
and I'm saying that there needs to be a response.
Yes, we need to manage the political parties. And as somebody has suggested, the money that they
response
spend.
to that.
Yes.
And it is
so maybe that is what we should do.
Doesn't come from opening every place to party politics, because even in the advanced countries, not every local government election involves parties. Not every local government election. You go to
I mean,
there are many places
I'll
in
be
the US
interested to
that don't
know
have parties.
Prof, I'll be interested to know which country does that, because the local government
absolutely.
becomes the training grounds for national politics. It's quite important.
That is the theory, but that is true. Well, I think what you should not dismiss is the counter argument, because
I
people are concerned.
agree. I agree with that.
People
We
are
need to know
concerned
that.
about peace and order and polarization at the local level, and they don't want the parties to descend on their communities with rallies, with vote buying, with all the same things that attend our national politics. And I think the job is for the parties to reassure Ghanaians, but with credible proposals. So I'm giving you the real pushback people are getting is that they don't want parties involved.
But
so
unfortunately, without politics. That is what the route we have chosen. And because we've chosen the route of democracy,
I think
when it's an elections and things, I mean, unfortunately, that is, but what we need to do is what has been proposed before is to make sure that we monitor the political parties properly, that they do the right things and don't buy votes and don't spend money and don't do all those kind of things that they're doing, because it's free for and nobody, they are doing it with impunity. And
because they are just election machines. Are they really political parties? Do they do policy work? Do they do any of these things? That's what people are asking. These are not parties. They are just election machines. So you can understand those communities that think that you can keep your election at the national level, but when it comes to choosing somebody who will fix our roads, somebody who will give us borehole water, somebody who will keep our streets clean and our gutters, taken care of, we don't need to have them with a party color. And so that is the nature of the argument, that at the local level, where people live their lives, we should be less concerned about having parties involved and finding local people who, regardless of party or even if it's individual merit, can actually help solve problems. And that is where most people are gravitating. So I'm saying that if you support the alternative point of view, it is a Herculean task on your part to advance that argument. So you are going to submit a written submission, most welcome. Make very strong proposals why we should move to party at the local level, because a lot of people don't want it.
No move. I mean, Prof, what I'm talking about is the prohibition. We don't have to prohibit. I mean, at a local level, somebody who's an independent candidate may be the one the local people like, fine. But if MPP or NDC or PPP has got a good candidate, why not? If they have a good proposal, a good plan, what national government is to do is to develop, and including the local area as well.
Stops the party candidate from standing.
Yeah. So, but no, here is prohibited. The Constitution prohibits it.
Yeah, I'm saying that the candidate can stand in their own merits. Why not?
But the Constitution should not prohibit it. That's the point I'm making.
Why not? Constitutions can they don't have to permit everything. Right? Constitutions can be regulatory too.
Okay, all right. I will present whatever I have so that we don't spend all the time arguing. But what I'm saying is that we need to ensure that political parties are not deprived of their basic means of training political activists from the local level up to the national level. Political parties should not be deprived from doing that.
They currently, they currently pick MMDCs. There's that training opportunities there. I mean, in the current system, is it not?
Well, if I'm going to stand at the local level and I can't stand for my party, for people to vote for me, I have to say that I'm coming as an independent, even though I know that I'm standing for a political party. Then that is not very good, is it?
Anyway, well, what I'm saying is that what we have seen of the parties now, I think is where people are coming from. That people do not think that they have gotten from political parties the kinds of things they expected parties to give our democracy. And so they are turning away from them. And therefore, if you want to bring parties back into local elections, especially now that we're going to open it up for executive elections as well as the legislative ones at the local level, then those who are for parties need to make a much stronger argument in favor.
All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Prof, and good afternoon, everyone. The first thing I want to talk about is Article 47 of the 1992 Constitution that relates to the demarcation of constituencies. Even though Clause 3 of 47 states that the constituency demarcation must be such that the population in each corresponds to the population quota, that provision is virtually negated by Clause 4 of the same Article 47, taking into cognizance other factors, to such an extent that in some constituencies in Ghana, the population is less than 20,000, some are 12,000, whereas others are over 100,000. I propose that only population quota should be used in the demarcation of constituency, so that all constituencies will have the same population quota. Since the votes of MPs are not weighted in Parliament, the current situation is that there are times that the minority in Parliament have been voted by more Ghanaians than the majority in Parliament.
That's correct.
And that does not augur well for our democracy. So all the other factors listed in Clause 4 of the Article 47 need to be done away with. Since the Constitution was drawn up, there have been a lot of development, because Clause 4 talks about communication. There has been a lot of development in that area, that in Ghana today, almost everyone owns a cell phone. So the Clause 4 needs to be taken completely out. Then the question is, what kind of constitution do you want? Do you want a hybrid system, or want to go back to the presidential system as it was in the 1979 Constitution? I would prefer that we go back to the 1979 Constitution as it was, a clear division of powers. The other thing I want to talk about is decentralization and local government. By the end of 1989, Ghana had 110 districts. And by 2006, Ghana had 138 districts. By 2012, Ghana had 216 districts. Accra, the country's capital, currently has 16 districts. I do think that the demarcation of districts is not well grounded. The law stipulates that a population of 75 will be used in the demarcation of ordinary districts, 95 for municipal districts, and 250 for metropolitan districts. The size of Ghana and the increase in the creation of districts, with population increase, within the next 20 years, Ghana could have 500 districts. I think there is a need to cap the districts that Ghana has. The capital, Accra, doesn't need to be carved into smaller districts. The districts must be created in such a way that they will be able to generate funds for development. But if you create a district with 75 people, how much funds can they generate for development? We need to cap the creation of districts. It must be a certain number and must not increase. The county in which I live in Virginia now has a population of almost 500,000. And since I came to the US about 40 years ago, I've never heard of recreation of districts or redrawing of districts. they are permanent. We need to have some permanency to our districts in Ghana. And I'll end by saying that I do think that the number of constituencies we have in Ghana today are just too many. 276 MPs. I think that is a number too large for Ghana. We need to reduce it to a maximum of 150 or maybe a maximum of 200. The savings could help the country in other ways. Thank you.
Very, very much. On the population quota, doing away with subsection, section 4 of Article 47. What about, do you not find any of the factors there relevant? What about saying that, and I agree that almost, what about saying that if you are going to vary, you're going to create a constituency whose population deviates from the population quota, that it may not deviate by more than X percentage up or down, so that there's a certain reasonable variation that is permissible, but not the kind that we're experiencing. And I agree with you. Now we have some places 12,000, 15,000, other places 100,000, and clearly the imbalance is not tenable. But if you were to just take every place be the same, we could begin to experience some interesting dynamics, right, with population shifts across the country. So Accra then, at some point, where say Accra and a few regional capitals now almost have more than 50% of the population of the country is moving in that direction. You're going to get a situation where parts of the country are going to be unrepresented because they've lost population completely to Accra. How do you handle that kind of an issue of population drift, emptying out certain portions of the country, and Accra and Kumasi and Koforidua and Takoradi just get the southern, the cities, in the south essentially getting, at some point, if we're not careful, almost like 80 to 90% of the population of the country. What do you do in that kind of a situation, right? So is a deviation not inevitable? I mean, some variation not inevitable, as opposed to just being very strict like the US, they do in the US.
I will agree with the variation, but the variation should not be more than 5% of the population.
5%?
Yeah.
Okay.
You
All
know,
right. Thank you very much.
the drift of the population from the rural is because of economic factors.
Sure.
If we had continued with the rural development, what we have today would have happened.
Yes, thank you very much. On your local government point, I think most of the experts who we have met on local government ID that keep growing. And part of the problem is that we have coupled the creation of constituencies to the creation of districts, which is why the numbers are moving all in the same direction. So some decoupling of the two would I think be the proposal that is coming out, that we need to separate out districts from constituencies and have a different consideration entirely, largely economic when it comes to districts and largely population when it comes to constituencies. An appreciation of that. Thank you.
Yeah, in the US, there's no coupling of
Sure.
Yeah, so we need to go in that direction.
Thank you. Next person, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. With your indulgence, my name is Hayfield Atakrufi.
Are you in Ghana or in London?
I'm in Ghana now. Yeah. I'd like to make 2 quick points. The first one is about the issue of separation of powers. MPs staying as MPs and ministers staying as ministers. I think this is a paper that has come to you, and I fully support that and endorse that, because currently it is affecting the powers of the legislature. It's become very convoluted, and sometimes there's conflict of interest, and where the legislature needs to keep an eye on the executive, there's been lapses because ministers who appear before the parliament themselves are parliamentarians. Even when it comes to the vetting system, they just gloss over certain issues because they are their colleagues. And I think if we want our democracy to grow strongly, then the separation of powers need to be taken seriously. I'm sure there would have been papers that have come to you. I heard Dr. Arthur Kennedy mention it earlier on. So this is something that I just want to quickly endorse and support. Number two is about Article 71 appointees. I have presented a proposal to you already on this matter. Now, Article 71(1), which allows the president the powers to appoint a 5-man committee to determine salaries and emoluments of certain category of appointees. I think the most convoluted fact about it is the ex gratia, which is not mentioned anywhere in the Constitution, but somehow has found its way into our daily parlance, especially when it comes to the members of parliament. People feel that the monies that are given to them, the lump sum that is given to them at the end of every 4 years, is not fair. It's taxpayers' money, even though when you go into the details of it, it is money that they may deserve because it is a delayed salary which should have been determined at the very beginning of the parliament's life. But it's never, ever done until the end of the president's first term or the term, which is 4 years, and it is put together and given to them. And the public abhor that. In my paper, what I proposed was that we set up some kind of a superannuation scheme or a pension scheme for every parliamentarian as soon as they enter into parliament, and they contribute into it. And at the end of their term in parliament, then they can access that. There is no problem with anybody when a parliamentarian accesses his or her pension that they have contributed into at the end of their term in parliament. This is something that I've submitted to the committee, and I hope you would to look at it for me. That is the end of my submission. Thank you.
Fantastic. Hayford, thank you very much. The separation of powers issue has received a lot of mention in submissions before the committee. What has not received as much mention, but which has been hinted upon by others, is separation of party from state. So while most of us look at separation of powers, there are some who argue that, look, you can go to the American system, whatever, you can keep all of the MPs out of parliament, all of the ministers out of parliament. But if the two branches are from the same party, it's still the same thing. The party is going to control, if we allow the party to control everything, especially in terms of appointments to state-owned enterprises, appointments to regulatory bodies, appointments to everything, then really no matter how much separation of powers you do, it's still the one party that is controlling the executive, the legislature, and the public services. So the real issue, some people say, is really the party, and that we need to find ways of dealing with the overwhelming control the party has, both over its MPs in parliament, but also over the appointments into public services and the public sector. It may not have been something that you've looked at, but for those of you who are yet to formulate your views, this is one of the issues where also we would also really I'd like people to help us think through, especially in terms of the appointments of persons to head up state agencies across the landscape. But I will look out for your paper on the gratuity issue, because I think the solution you are proposing, the superannuation you are proposing is maybe the solution that might win some acceptance from a lot of people. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Cool. Next, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. My name is Richard Appel, and I work for the African Union. I think that some of the issues I want to raise have already been raised, and I think I've had some personal interaction with you also on Facebook on some of the issues. I just want to reiterate some of the point Hayford just rightly mentioned about issues of proper separation of powers, and I think that based on what I hear from the webinar, there was a consensus on that. Because my concern has even been the issues of MPs being on boards. Sometimes they are chairmen of boards, they are sitting on the board, and then the board will end up coming to parliament, and the same MPs are sitting on it, determining for the board. And even the ministers. I mean, if MPs want to be lawmakers, let them be lawmakers. If they want to sit on boards, let them be there as independent people, and then their parties, when they win power, they can appoint them to the boards. If they want to be ministers, they should allow the other party members to contest as MPs. And I think that there are too many expertise in the country, rather than allowing some few people to be able to be being up and down and sometimes mixing up the issues. In that case, there was no proper accountability. And like Hayford rightly mentioned, look at how we have reduced the vetting. People go there and just congratulate people, and then they go and then they say they have become minister. There was no proper scrutiny in that. I mean, my second point has to be with the district assembly election. Clearly, and like you rightly mentioned, the consensus has been that district assembly election must be elected. That's MMDCs. Why did we not succeed in even the referendum that the previous government wanted to do? Because the previous government realized that they were going to lose the votes if they had allowed the question to be asked that whether MMDC should be elected on political parties. When they noticed that the popular opinion in the country was against partisan elections, they quickly postponed the elections. Look, and that is where I had a big disagreement with Matthew. Why do we think that political parties are involved at the district level? Because they know that they are appointing MMDCs, and they need people to approve these MMDCs. If we move to the stage of electing MMDCs on non-partisan grounds, the political parties will not find it even interesting, even to support people at that particular level. And then again, look at the situation. He was even appointed onto the local government by that 30% government representation. And I think this is another issue that we have to remove. The president should not have any means of appointing 30% of the composition of district assemblies. If there is any of such at all, we should reserve it for minority groups, like maybe the traditional authorities having a representation in the assembly, women groups having a representation in the assembly, youth groups having a representation in the assemblies. So if MMDCs are elected and the assembly members are also elected, I believe that the districts will prosper. And then it moves them away where MMDCA think that he's accountable to the president rather than being accountable to the people in those local government area that they are ruling. I think my third point has to do with actually the age that we have set for the office of the president. I mean, to be with all sincerity, I feel that it is completely unfair. I've read from your Facebook post where you've mentioned that people are clamoring for 30 years or 35 years. Honestly, we cannot be in a country where we say that close to 40% of the active population do not qualify to be elected as president. Because for me, I think that if anybody can vote, then they must be voted for. And so the Article 62 of the 1992 Constitution, for example, it sets the floor age to say that to become a president, you need to be 40 years. I mean, that is quite ridiculous. Looking at the population sector of our economy, when we say that somebody can vote at 18 years and that the person has to wait till he's 40 years before he can vote, then the Constitution even contradicts itself. It says that to be a president, you must be qualified to be a member of parliament. Yet, somebody at age 21 years qualified to be a member of parliament. Why can't such person also be qualified to be a president? At the end of the day, the people decide who they want to vote for. If one 20-year-old person can be voted for as a president, then why can't a 21-year-old person also be voted for president? So I believe that we need to really look into it, because other than that, we deny majority of our population. Other than that, only few
So we
percentage of us.
should reduce the minimum age to stand for presidency to what?
I am
20.
thinking about 21 years,
Okay.
because the 21 years allow a person to go to parliament.
Sure.
That 21 years should be able to stand if the people want to vote for the person. If he has resources and then he want to contest, that's for the persons. And let the people decide, because clearly
Sure.
the constitution has actually put even those requirements there. And Prof, I think the last thing I want to talk about, that's what I think I discussed with you on your Facebook page, about the removal of CJ, because also it is an evolving issue. Look, the CJ, before being appointed as CJ, is appointed by the president and then vetted by members of parliament. And the members of parliament debate and approve of her or him. Yet when it comes to the removal of the CJ, parliament has no say at all. We just say that some 5 members, 3 of whom are appointed, all of them are appointed by the president, should sit somewhere, and then whatever they say is final. The president has to base on that. I think that parliament must have a say in how the heads of each of the arms of government is removed, because the Speaker of Parliament cannot be removed unless about, I think, 2/3 majority of members of Parliament. The same way the president cannot be removed unless about, I think, also 2/3 or 3/4 members of parliament. So I believe that when this committee, if we are to maintain that, when the committee finish their report, the president has played its part by electing the 5-member committee. I think that the report of that committee has to be sent to Parliament and let Parliament debate on it. And I think it should receive about 2/3 majority of members of Parliament. This way, we can strengthen also the removal of the head of the judiciary, so that it doesn't become overly partisan. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to also contribute to the Constitution.
Hello. Okay. Hi. Good. Good evening. My contribution, the first contribution is on the number of appointees, or the opportunities given to the president to appoint almost virtually everyone. It's an abuse. Yes, it's legal now, but what we're looking at is, how do we strengthen our institutions, our state institutions, if we do not take away that power of the president appointing some positions, like maybe the Auditor General, EC, positions, apart from, let's say, the defense aspects. The problem is that, hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. The problem is that we've seen it with most of the 2 parties for about all these number of years, since 93. They found ways and means to bastardize.
So don't restate the problem.
Okay.
One is the problem the fact that a president is appointing all these people in the public sector, yes, or is it that the president is appointing them through a process that is not transparent or competitive and based on criteria that nobody knows, right? So what if, say, CEOs and all of those people who are appointed by the president, what if the requirement was that there should be a certain process, there should be a certain competitive process, that the position must be advertised, there should be open recruitment and all of that. So I just want to know, is it just sheer fact of the appointing too many, or is it that there's no process that anybody knows and that the criteria is also not known? We just get up and one day, GMPC, this person is the CEO, right? Would it be a solution if there was a known process transparent, competitive, meritocratic, and if there was also known criteria. And then if somebody emerges, say one or two people emerge and are proposed to the president, and he or she picks one, would that be a solution? Because there is also the question, who must appoint? Right? If not the president, who must appoint? So is it really the president appointing, or is it that people are not sure where these people are coming from, other than the fact that maybe they are party people, right? So is it a process issue? Is it a criteria issue? Or is it just the mere fact that the president is appointing everybody?
Okay, the president should be out of it. There should
Who
be
must
an
appoint?
established process where the civil service, they have their own way of doing that established setup already. Parliament also coming in to do its own, the appointments committee coming in to vet them. But the presidency should not have any role to play.
So
because that's why in the yeah, okay, you go on.
So let me give you an example. So you have an institution or organization like, let's say, Cocoa Board. Yeah. Cocoa Board plays a disproportionate, in terms of its influence, right, in the economy. It's huge.
Yeah.
So it involves a great deal of systemic risk, which is that if something goes wrong with how Cocoa Board is managed, it can wreck the whole economy. So somebody must be politically accountable, the argument goes, for what goes wrong or what goes on with how Cocoa Board is managed. So if you say, and that person is the president, right? If you say that a civil service commission, let's say, or a public service commission must choose the CEO, and they make a wrong choice, who pays for that politically? Who is to be held accountable? So it would be, I think, again, we are trying to look for solutions that would work, right? It is probably accepted that we shouldn't just pick some name from a hat and say this person is the CEO of Cocoa Board. I think people don't want to see that. But if you also took it away from the president and said, well, the president can't appoint the CEO of Cocoa Board, and yet Cocoa Board is hugely, hugely significant for the economy, and something goes wrong, who do we hold accountable, right? So I think it is also the question of where do we place political responsibility for the appointment? If something goes wrong with a significant office, GMPC, Cocoa Board, SNIT, any one of these things, where do we find the accountability? Who must we hold accountable, right? So I think that's also part of the question, the first point I was raising about the process. Is it that we want to see a more meritocratic, competitive, transparent appointment process based on known criteria? Or is it just that we don't want to see the president appointing everybody? Because certain positions, it would be difficult to take it away from the person with the most political price to pay for failure. Right? So exactly how do we balance these concerns?
Should we having a criteria, a transparent criteria without political interference, like party members or party sympathizers and the like what we had since '93, and we can all tell. It's not we're not talking about even an open. Can we all tell? All our agencies, most of our agencies are just all over the place because they come in the bidding of who appointed them, and in the end they leave power, and we find out the mess. That's what is happening. So this the original process of letting the president do it and they being accountable is moot, because at the end the evidence is clearly there on the ground that it's not working, it's counterproductive, and it's affected our, let's say, socio-economic aspects, prospects. We need to, if you're going to let a body like this Public Service Commission do it, looking at what the civil service has in place already, then we should, so that it should be more meritocratic, like you suggested. And then let them take their hands off it. Because without these things being strengthened, we know appointing people who will be there on merit, technocrats, people who would really turn them around, then we are just wasting our time concerning our democratic process. Because what is happening, like I was saying, if we don't do that, it's been how many years since we started this experiment? People come in, they can't really put their stamp on certain positions, GMPC and the like, because it's by political appointment. Some even come, they perform very well, we can all tell, and then they just move them out because a new government is in place. We just had, there was someone, I would have to maybe recollect, from the previous government. Everyone attests to the fact that that individual was very good, very efficient, but he had to leave. Do you understand what I'm saying? My point is, if it's going to be meritocratic, perfect. But we've come a long way since 1993. The things that are not working, the processes that are not working, we have to discard them. We can't continue letting the politicians rule the roost. Okay. Another aspect too, let me come to another thing. Another issue, when we're looking at the elections, I think people have spoken a lot about it. It's not about not electing, but not going according to political party, what do you call it, on political party lines. We've had it for it. Looking at their conduct on the national scene already. We should focus on having a saner environment where individuals, yes, if a party is going to sponsor you, fine, as maybe support you, fine, but no one is going to campaign or on the what do you call it, on the ticket of a political party. Let's leave the grassroots side, the local level, and let it, like the way we do, what do you call it, the assembly elections. Yes, we all know there are people in there, here, there who belong to party A or B, but political parties are not standing on the basis of being with party A or party.
This next time we have a long queue, so please choose your one most important issue. Yes, thank you, George.
Yes,
please choose your one most important issue. Given the fact that we have only 1 hour left, but a much longer queue. Okay, there are some who are putting their proposals to in the chat. I hope that the Secretariat is able to pull all of those out. But please, next person.
Yes, good evening all. I'm Comrade Larry from UK. It's a pleasure to be among you, and I hope that you give us another session again to continue this discussion. Yeah,
we can't promise it. Go ahead.
I agree with yes. I have the comrade that proposed that the dual citizenship must be looked into. That provision is like a slap in the face or diaspora. You see, it takes a lot for someone to acquire a citizenship of a foreign country. And as Ghanaians, for us to decide that we want to come back home to come and serve, they want us to let go of that citizenship. Whilst they know that, in actual fact, the chance of winning or becoming a minister or an MP, 50-50, lose. If you have relinquished your citizenship, it means that after losing, you cannot come back. So I believe that the government should look into it very well, and let's amend and remove that restriction. So that
yes,
we can be very selective in amending.
Yes. So one of the earlier contributors who spoke on dual citizenship, I think, made a distinction between primary and secondary. And I understand him to mean that if you were born as a Ghanaian, right? If you were born, you are Ghanaian by birth, that is your primary citizenship. And if you acquire another country's citizenship, that's your secondary citizenship. Now, there are people who are also Ghanaians by naturalization, right? So they have their primary citizenship is somewhere else, and their secondary citizenship is Ghanaian. Are these proposals applicable to both? Or are all of you speaking only in favor of...
No, we can be...
Go ahead, Larry.
We can be selective. We can be selective because of national security. Maybe, we have foreigners who have become Ghanaian citizenship, and we may not trust them, but we can be selective. If you have your citizenship, yes, if you have your citizenship as a Ghanaian, and you have acquired a second citizenship, you should be allowed. That trust can be made available to protect Ghanaians who have their citizenship as, first as Ghanaian. Okay, so let me move on to another point.
That would be your last
Multi-party
point.
system in multi-party system in Ghana is costing the nation a lot of money. And I quite agree with you when you said when we propose, there should be a rationale behind the proposal. And my rationale on this proposal that I'm coming to make is based on the Chinese model. China, we all know today, many years ago, it was a very poor nation. Now China is a country that is competing with the United States. Some people even are saying that China is economically stronger than the US. And what I can say is that China doesn't practice a multi-party system democracy. They have a one-party state system, whereby
but we are not going to propose
to manage their affairs.
No, Comrade Larry.
Well, what I'm saying is
that doesn't have a mandate to propose.
Yeah, let me finish. Let me. Pardon?
The committee doesn't have the mandate to propose a
let me learn. What I'm trying to say is that there could be there could be a referendum on that for Ghanaians to decide if it is an entrenched provision in the constitution. I know there are unentrenched and entrenched. It's a provision that the parliament cannot do. We take it to referendum for Ghanaians to decide. And let's see, because the rationale behind this is that we are throwing a lot of money, away. That money that goes into political parties, campaign, and all that can be used for the development of our nation. And let me tell you, when people, MPs, and all those that spend their money, at the end of the day, they use all their monies, and when they come into us, they're trying to get their money back. So
we
that's
we are aware of that problem. The problem is that the solution to a problem is sometimes, it's not necessarily to go to the other, to say that, well, because we have a problem with parties, let's abolish parties. Of course, we have a problem with even government. Should we abolish government? We have a problem with everything.
Well, what I'm
right. So basically, no. What I'm saying is that
what
we are looking for are solutions to problems that are also realistic. Right. You are not going to get a one-party state in Ghana in 2025. Right. That is not something that you're going to get even from a referendum. Right. But what I'm saying is that if the problem is money in politics, if the problem is that the parties are costing us too much, there are many, many different democracies out there in the world. Not just, people just mentioned UK and US. No, there are so many different ways of doing this democracy, even with parties. Not everywhere do we have parties spending hundreds of millions of US dollars on simple elections. So we can regulate and find different ways. Some people have proposed, who have come before the committee, that we should set up a public political party or democracy fund, and some of it we put money in there to support, some of the activities of parties, so that parties are prohibited from raising money. So you can even say, parties may not spend more than $1 million or 1 million cedis on an election in, say, at the parliamentary level. Those are some of the solutions. But if you say that because the thing is not working, we must throw it away completely, you are not helping us solve the problem, right? That is what we are trying to get at. We need solutions that are realistic, right? So if there's something in the Chinese model that can be blended with the system we are practicing that works, fine. But we can't be China. You see, we cannot be Chinese all of a sudden. So all I'm saying is that's not that the point is not meritorious. It is.
I
but
agree
find
with you.
something in
I
there
agree
that
with
we
you.
can use.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you. I can also see that we are not to invent a new wheel. The wheel is already invented. When a system or a model is tested and proven successful, there's nothing wrong in trying to adapt. Currently, I'm doing my master's in social science here in the UK. And I can tell you that when social policy started, it was introduced by the philosopher Otto von Bismarck. He started social policy. Sweden, which is now one of the best socialist democratic countries in the world, sent people to Germany to go and study that. So we need to send our people to China to go and study, make research, and find out models. How we can adapt. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Conrad. Next, please.
Yes,
I think there's somebody who says he's been on for like 2 or 3 hours. I don't know. That's probably most people. But please go ahead, Nana.
Yes, good evening.
Nana,
My name is Nano Hinijan. I've got two high-level questions for the CRC, and which is, how will final decisions or recommendations be made? Would it lie with the CRC to decide
No, of course not.
or recommend which changes are recommended after all engagements? And then
the CRC's report will go to the president and eventually
Prof, unmute your mic.
Am I still on? Oh,
go ahead, Nana. Go ahead.
Yes, sorry. Okay, I think I got kicked out. I don't know. So my second question is that, is there scope at all to sort of have a different constitution, to scrap the old one and maybe, come up with a new one at all? Can't we have fashion one that meets our requirements? That is for us, to think outside the box and come up with an entirely new constitution, because it looks like the direction of the conversation is still around the presidency and all that. But I think we can, have a different one from what we have right now. And that's my question, whether you have
so
for that.
The answer to the last question is that the amendment procedure that we have currently for this constitution, for changing this constitution, does not leave room for a completely new constitution to be written. So the amendment procedure divides the constitution up into entrenched clauses or chapters and non-entrenched clauses or chapters. And you can change within those constraints. So you can make changes. If it's non-entrenched, 2/3 of Parliament must approve the changes. If it's entrenched, then those proposals must go to a referendum at which 40% of registered Ghanaian voters must vote to approve it by at least 75%. So basically, a whole new constitution is under our current system not feasible. What you can do, however, is going forward, you can introduce a proposal to the amendment chapter. so that you can amend the amendment chapter going forward to allow, let's say, every 25 years, every generation or so, Ghanaians to go back and take a whole fresh look at the Constitution and do something with it. That is possible, but only going forward. So that can be introduced as an amendment as part of this process. But current process, we can amend within chapters and whole chapters, but we can't throw the whole book away. And then the second is that the committee's work must go to the government and eventually to Parliament for debate and for politics, basically. So the political conversation continues. We will make recommendations and findings. We submit it to the president. We meet with them to discuss it. If they are in one accord with some or all or some parts, they will put them before Parliament, and then we will go to Parliament and make our case. So that's how the process will evolve. We will not make the decision finally, but the people of Ghana will. So basically, it's a continuous process. You have to continue to engage. If you like something in the report, eventually you have to engage the parliamentarians and the political class to get your will. Next person, please. Next person.
Jalal, on mute, on mute.
Can you go on to the next person,
Jalal
please?
Mohammed, okay.
If you've had your turn, can you lower your hand?
Thank you for the opportunity given. My name is Alfred from London.
Sure.
I think in relation with the dual citizenship, I think you've spoken to a period of, you've spoken to a level, so I just don't want us to go back. It looks like the notion that dual citizenship or allowing us to, those in the diaspora to come and contest, I've heard people saying security reasons, or some say national security threat or something. I mean, if you look at the British Constitution, you don't even need to be a British to become a member of Parliament. You just need to be a Commonwealth citizen or British citizen or indefinite stay in the country. So I think we can amend it to a stage whereby even if you look at the Judge Kwesi's issue, that's even the minimum, whereby a period of a time of them even picking the nominations. For instance, if you said you want to be a member of a parliament, sorry, if you want to be a member of parliament, you should have a period of a time whereby if you are successful, then you can find a way of this. The constitution allow you to denounce it to a period of a time. If you're not successful, you go back to where you're coming from. I know most of all these things could be arranged, but I think the dual citizenship only does not also limit to members of parliament. It goes to even judges. The last time I saw an article saying that the Supreme Court has quenched up that position, whereby even people with dual nationalities can hold to become members of, to become judicial judges or something. The last justice that was just appointed, or let's say approved by Parliament, had his studies and have this thing in in Canada. So I think the dual nationality is no limit to members of Parliament, a limit to various sectors. So when it's been expunged from 8, people with various expertise will get opportunity to go to the judiciary, to serve in the foreign missions, to serve even in Parliament. So it should not be limited to only MPs. And also, with the notion of this civil servant, I heard you explaining the Cocoa Board issue. I mean, if you look at the civil servant structure in the developed countries, I'm talking of the proper ones, not the one party state or this communist party. I mean, I can just go online and just see any vacant in, let's say, in the ministries of energy or ministries of home office when it comes to the UK interior. But in Ghana, for instance, you cannot even go there and see anything. You'll not even see it's done internally. And that limits the competency of our people in various sectors, in various departments. It's not only limited to the minister is incompetent, or let's say the president is incompetent, or let's say the judge or something is incompetent. Our civil servants, you see, how the recruitment are done, it's not properly done. And if you look at it in a different way, it's just about who you know, then, oh, the person, his brother or his uncle, something would then step in. I think there should be a law to allow the system to really operate, whereby people can apply the same way people go for police, go for military for them to be recruited. Different department also needs to be open up for people to get in. The last one has to also do with the ex gratia. I mean, I look at the money involved in ex gratias that is being paid to political activists, and some of the salaries and some of the monument and benefit, it even outweighs a whole ministry. So I think a law should come where when you serve, you finish as a member of parliament, you are done. When you finish as a member, most of the Article 71 holders, probably excluding the president and the vice or the chief justice. But I think day in, day out, if you look at the data, the people on Article 71 increases every political cycle. So are we going to wait for the time that Article 1 holders will be 10,000 or 20,000 before we look at it as a whole national security risk? So I think, first of all, the dual nationality needs to be scrapped. I think the civil servant arrangement also needs to be looked at, properly structured. And I think ex gratia needs to be cut off. This is not a negotiable thing.
Chairman,
And I hope
your mic.
And I hope that this engagement will continue or be expanded to one or two more sections to allow more people to get involved. And well done, and thanks for the job done. Thank you.
Chairman, please unmute your mic.
Next person, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity allowing me to speak on this forum. My name is Jalal Mohammed. I'm currently residing in New York. Most of the things that I'd wanted to speak on have already been spoken on. One thing I would like to speak on is the appointment of the security services. I believe it is an area that we should look into. We should find another way of appointing security couples and then we should make it in a way that even if government change hands, there should be continuity of the heads of the security couples. This way, it will give them some confidence, and it will also eliminate the concept or the perception that security couples are always loyal to the government in power because they are afraid of being removed in case they don't seem to toe the line the government want them to toe. So I think it's an area that we should look into because we've had some very, very good leaders, security couples that have come, especially in the police and other areas, that if they had stayed for an extended period, we would have seen a lot of reforms in these areas. But there was a change in government. These people were forced to go. So I think it's an area that we should look into. The second area that I want us to look at is
your last one.
Yeah, this is the last one. Yeah. The tenure of elected officials. I think for the presidency, I think we should make it every 6 years because it's making it very difficult for our country to develop because after the second year, we are certainly in another election period. People are beginning to campaign, and then the focus of all elected officials seem to shift from the status quo. So I believe if we make it 6 years, now whoever is elected will at least have 4 or 4.5 years of solid years that they will be focusing more on the country rather than re-election. So those are the two areas that I think
Just
to
a
look
quick
into.
one. So what if we wouldn't the second problem be somewhat alleviated if we were to have a campaign period, so that instead of the current system where immediately the elections are over, people have started to campaign again? If we did it like in some other countries, even Senegal here, you can't campaign for the next election until it's about what, 6 months or 5 months to the election, right? So can't we block off some time and say until it's like if we're going to have elections in December until the end of June, no campaigns, so that government can govern and we can have more time. 6 years, I mean, even some of the former presidents we've spoken to are willing to entertain 5 years. 6 years, people think is too long.
Okay. Yeah,
A lot of people
definitely.
think it's too long. So I get your point. I get your point.
Yeah.
On the security services too, again, one of the things we have to consider why presidents are reluctant is also some of these things would be easier for the political class to accept if we couple it with other companion proposals. So if you say, for example, that when the president comes to meet a CEO or whoever is there, they shouldn't remove that person. And it would be easier for the president to accept that if there is also a prohibition placed on that person while in that office from doing politics, right? Some people are in the public office, they mount party platforms, they campaign, they do all kinds of things that really reveal their political affiliation. And then when the new government comes, they want to be retained. So sometimes it's the balance. I mean, can we also put certain restrictions on, partisanship by office holders, overt
I think
partisanship, so that it makes it easier than to say that when a president comes and meets XYZ there, they must work with them until their tenure lapses. But if the other person is doing politics, what do you do?
Yeah, I think that is a very good observation. However, I think if we set a very good criteria for nominating some of these people, if we have a very good criteria for nominating them,
Sure.
merit, when people are nominated based on merits, and then their performance is being reviewed, let's say by parliaments, from time to time, where they will come and then give accounts of their tenureship, and then they are audited and everything. They have a clean slate. I don't think there should be a reason why they should be removed, because people should be removed based on things that they have done that is not what do we call it, compatible with their
The
tenure.
office. Sure.
Yeah. So I believe that would go a long way. Yes.
Thank you. Next person,
Thank
please.
you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, the committee. I have a very quick one, two of them as a matter of fact. I think the first one has to do with the Article 6 of our Constitution, mainly on citizenship and all of that. As you are all aware, the CJ made a ruling about who a citizen is in terms of Ghanaian being a Ghanaian citizen. Her ruling was that birth certificate acquisition does not guarantee anyone being a citizen. And she went further to say that she is making a ruling in that acquiring birth certificate is a process being a citizen. Well, now you have this committee who will review the Constitution and then bring things on board.
In the Constitution, in that Article 6, yes, indeed, it does say that acquiring a birth certificate is the guarantee for you being a citizen. Should the committee have a proposal to expand or elaborate on that article to now include acquisition of birth certificate as a means of being a citizen? Are we going to say that the judgment of or the ruling of the CJ will take precedent over what the committee will review and propose? That is one. And again, on that article, 6, do you have any proposal on your decks asking that a lot be said about who a citizen is, a Ghanaian citizen is, apart from what we're currently having in the Constitution or with that article? Now, my second point is has to do with the directive principles of state and policy and all of that. Just a moment. Just one. Yeah. So that's what have to do with Article 34, and then going thereabout. In that articles, it does state some of the principles for the state to adopt or to adhere to. He did mention of the implementation, the political objectives, and economic objectives. Now, under the economic objectives, when you read that article, and it says, always states something like the state must, the state will, and on and on and on. I just want to know if you have received any proposal on your decks that talks about what the state intends doing in something like creating something like a providence insurance for its citizens. You know, something like when you are or become a citizen of Ghana in 10 years' time, 20 years' time, or at your 20th birthday or the 30th birthday or whatever birthday that the policy will come about, you actually have something as Ghanaian. It could be I don't know, insurance.
Please unmute your mic.
Am I mute? Hello? Hello?
Please go. Chairman, unmute your mic.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, I think I'm not muted, yes. So,
sure.
Okay, so something like
all
that.
Right, so
like,
I got it.
Yeah. Okay, I think it will come in a paper form, like a memorandum to you.
Sure.
To look into it,
No,
because it's very important.
We currently don't have anything in the Constitution that commits the state to provide some kind of welfare for citizens or unemployment benefit or any of those things. There may be some statutes, but we don't have that kind of a system. But if you think that the directive principles of state policy should commit the state to work progressively towards a system like that,
yes,
sure, that's a fair proposal.
Of
course, it has to be funded at some point. It has to be funded, but as a goal, sure, why not? I mean, you can put it as a goal.
I'll bring it on board. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
All right, sure. Thank you. Next, please. Next person, please. Hello.
KB upon.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, KB.
Yeah. Thank you very much for recognizing me. A lot has been said by the other people, so I will go straight to. I got one major point that I want to talk about. The present constitution talks about equality of all citizens, irrespective of our economic standing. And I presume that the people who live in the rural areas are also Ghanaians. But I believe, Prof, you and I know in Accra, anybody coming from outside and seeing Accra will say Ghana is well developed. We got 4-tier interchanges. When you go 20 miles away from that, it's dirt road. There seems to be a complete bias towards the urban areas. Everything is done Accra, Kumasi, or any of the big cities. Now, that is why people are drifting into the urban areas, and we all know it. Because the people in Accra, they have Cocoa Board Hospital, Senate Hospital, Bank Hospital, and even the bureaucrats and politicians, when they are ill, they go overseas for treatment at the expense of the state. And this is a country where you go to the villages and pregnant women in labor are put in wheelbarrows and wheeled 2 miles to a cheap compound where they deliver on bare floor. It is sad. And I see, my observation is that the national care is not equally distributed among the Ghanaians. Now, I think it's because the politicians do not help. Sorry.
How do we do that better? Because there is in the directive principles of state policy a commitment on the part of the state to ensure balanced regional development. Obviously, it's not happening. How do we?
Right, absolutely. It's not happening. I'm happy that you agree with me. I have a suggestion. My suggestion is that we allow citizens of the country to take absolute control of the development of that country, of our country. And what I think we can do is, if, for example, the Ghana National Development Commission is empowered to line out, I don't know how the constitution will allow that, but if we can line out certain development program for the next 30, 40, or 50 years, we need to build railway, we need to build dual carriage, we need to build this hospital and so on, we need to build a standard school, not anything. We can have that agreed by the citizens. Now the politicians or the political parties will only be operatives. They take that and build on that, and it is the way they build or develop the country based in the context of the what we have all agreed on is what we will use to decide whether it's MPP or NDC or any other party. Because at the moment, it's been 68 years after independence, that the bias is just too serious. And that is my point. I don't know how you, the lawyers, will point it out, empower something like the National Development Commission to get an acceptable kind of development plan which the parties will adhere to and not their manifestos as it is presently going. Well, that's
one other option is decentralization, proper decentralization, including fiscal decentralization, so that sufficient resources are transferred from the center to the local where people live, and the people have control over those resources. So look, one of the ways, of course, NDPC restructuring the National Development Planning Commission and what mainstreaming or integrating it into the manifestos of parties is one solution people have put on the table. Another, they are not mutually exclusive, is of course taking decentralization seriously, especially on the fiscal side. So those are at least on the table. Those are some of the proposals that we're looking at, especially in terms of addressing the imbalance that you have noted. Decentralization features prominently in the proposals.
Thank you very much. But I agree that yes, decentralization may feature very well. The whole problem is it is supposed to have been implemented. We don't. And
it has not been implemented.
Well, it's supposed to be.
Been implemented.
Right, it's not being implemented. So that's why I'm saying the Constitution should find a way to make the politicians implement it, whatever development program we agree on, and not only their manifesto as it exists at the moment. I think that will go a long way to help, because the differences is just too bad.
Thank you.
My second point is,
I think we have very little time, so prioritize. Just take one point each.
Okay.
And then
I think just the last one more,
yeah.
just one more, and then I'll just. Prof, I believe there is duplication of roles by STRAD, EOCO, OSP, NIB, and AG, and I think it's too many, too expensive. Something has to be done. I don't see why strike, for example, should be given the role they have in the constitution, which is being done by other sectors. I've not seen strike take any policeman for beating or killing somebody in the cells. To me, it's still favoring the people in the urban areas, and I think something should be done. All those duplications can be solved by straightening out and getting rid of some of those agencies. Thank you. I think I will stop here because you said there's no time. Thank you.
Yes, next.
I guess I'm next. Thank you very much for the good work you are doing for the country. My first point would be, I'm an investor, and I know this point, most people here will have similar issues. So I want to bring it up. Now, when we go to Ghana, we try to, do something, invest or anything in Ghana. There's so many roadblocks or challenges that we face. It's not like any place is perfect, but as diasporans, when we return and we do anything, we face so many challenges, including getting duped or whatever with the local people. And with the due course, you have to go to court and all that. And we all know the loophole in our court system. When you go to court, either you have someone not showing up or case being adjourned, being a long process. And as a diasporan, you don't live in Ghana, so you can't always be there physically. Or maybe you can try to use a power of attorney, but not being there physically goes a long way to affect the case. So most diasporans have had money or investments lost in Ghana without getting any justice. I traveled to Dubai last year, and they were trying to lure me to invest in the country, and there were so many promises that they were going. They've put so many things in place to protect my investment. Even I'm not an Emirati, but they were trying to convince me that I should be rest assured that even if I will lose my investment, it will not be through fraud or anybody duping me, and that I should be rest assured that my investment will be protected. Now, I want to propose that we need to be intentional about this as a country to protect diasporans when they come back to invest, so that we should have a proposal whereby there is a grievance office for diasporans. When they go through such situations, their issues will be addressed, that they will get justice. Because when we have that peace of mind, I know a lot of diasporans who want to come back to invest, but because of past experiences, they don't want to do it. So as a nation, we are losing a lot of money. So we need to be very intentional with this new constitution or with this new amendment, that we put something in place, a grievance office in place for diasporans, for their issues to be addressed, so that when they don't get justice, it spreads by word of mouth, and distract all diasporans from coming back to invest. That's my first point. My second point is chieftaincy and their involvement in our politics. I know you said your next point of engagement should be the chieftaincy. Our current constitution does not, that's how I see it, from where I see it, does not intentionally state out the rights and privileges of our chiefs. And as a result, does not also give them specific responsibilities when it comes to being part of our national politics. In 2016, his people were a particular candidate. I want to propose that we should have something in place that will prevent political parties during the campaign time, when they are campaigning. We should not allow them to go and pay courtesy calls to chiefs, because when they do that, the imagery sends a political message to the people. On the ground, it's just a courtesy call. But people looking at, let's say, Party A, during their campaign, going to the chief's palace for a courtesy call, it sends a message to the people. So indirectly, the chiefs are involved in pushing one candidate or the other to the people. And if we want to limit the chiefs from being part of our partisan politics, we should have a law in place whereby during campaign season, they can pay courtesy calls to chiefs whenever they want. But when it's specifically election campaigns, we should protect chiefs from that. They shouldn't be paying courtesy calls, because when that happens, the chiefs the political parties become indebted to the chiefs because during campaigns they go there. So down the road, if they
Brother Felix, so I think your point is made. There was a decision issued by the Supreme Court interpreting this provision in the Constitution. Chiefs are not supposed to endorse parties or candidates. They may speak favorably of policies or projects, but they are not supposed publicly to endorse a candidate or a candidate or a party during elections. That was from the Supreme Court. So that's the law on the books. Implementation, some have come to us saying that we should allow the National House of Chiefs to police the implementation of that rule. But there's a law currently in place.
Thank you very much for the clarification. Yeah.
Thank you.
I would also like to propose that, like I said, during especially that period of election campaigns, we should limit their involvement or engagement with the chiefs in the name of courtesy
Well,
calls. We know what that means.
it may be difficult to do that. It may be difficult to say that you can't visit the chief. The obligation is on the chief not to participate in party politics, and that includes not endorsing candidates or parties. It may be difficult to say you can't go, you shouldn't go and visit the chief or pay a courtesy call of the chief. But
finally, not to take too much time. Learning from history.
Please.
Next one. I think you've had.
Yes, I think we have only about 15 minutes left. Why don't we allow others to have a turn? Thank you, Felix. Bye.
Hello?
Yes, please.
Hello.
Fidelis, go ahead. Hello? Mute, please.
Hello? Yeah, can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
Please go ahead.
I'm saying that it's not time for me to really deliberate on some answers that thought the issues that have been raised, that I'm able to really put a solution to some of them. But
make your point.
So I think that I want to solve the problem from a philosophical dimension, not on the practical issues, because there are a lot of issues. It seems convoluted for me to grab all of it. So I think one of the key issue that I think can be resolved is the separation of powers, which you I think earlier audience mentioned about them. I think it's all boils down to behavior. The Constitution is solid to some aspects, but the aspect that I'm really disturbed when you mention about not having unemployment benefit or child benefit, then it boils down to the question of then why is the Constitution mentioning things about rights and obligation? So you can see that the politicians or individuals are exploiting those rights and obligation, which are also powers we should take into account. Obligation and rights are powers. So in order to solve these things, we definitely will need to redesign the Constitution that it captures rights and obligation. And that means that the unemployment benefit, rights of children, because this is our future generation, if we want them to behave in that way. And I use mostly social positioning theory. Actually, I'm ingrained within Cambridge University. So I think that what this particular philosophical says is that whether entities, institutions, or individuals engage within a particular course of action, that's rights and obligation, they ought to respect the other individual within the social system. That means that if you are being put, if a position is created and you occupy that position, respect those that you are to serve within the same level. You can't change your behavior. You cannot. So I think that if we're able to capture that particular framework within the review that you are addressing, it then compels everyone to know that you have an obligation to fulfill. You have a right at the same time. So the position gives you the obligation and the right to do that. And
so there is one part of the Constitution of conduct for public officers.
Yes.
That chapter is non-entrenched, which means there's a lot of room.
Yeah.
Now, is this an idea that can find a place there? Are we speaking about like a public officer being a position of trust and having certain obligations to the people?
Yeah.
Is that what you are getting at, or is this
Yeah,
something?
yes, it is. Yeah, yes. So that code of conduct that you have, we have critiqued that it's a mainstream thing that people exploit because it hasn't. It has left some loopholes. For example, we see a lot of these practices going on, but that code of conduct is there. Why is it not getting them then? So, for example,
Because maybe it's weak. So look at the code of conduct and propose certain specific. Why don't you take a look at that chapter?
Yeah.
It's a fairly short chapter. Maybe it's too short.
Okay.
Look at it and see if what you're talking about can find a place there in some specific language. Because that is what it's really trying to make sure that we're dealing with the problems of accountability of public office holders. Look into that chapter and see if you can send us something in writing.
Okay, I will do that. I think that should be definitely there. It's addressing the issue there.
Sure.
So yeah. So you said chapter what in the Constitution?
The chapter titled Code of Conduct for Public Officers. Let me give you the exact chapter of the Constitution.
Okay.
I think it's chapter 24.
Okay, right. I'll have a look at it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please do. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Hansen, on mute. Hansen, on mute.
Yeah, Hansen.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, sir.
Go ahead. Hello, Hansen Date. You are mute. Please unmute. Well, who can you unmute them?
I think he's gone off. Nana Kuya, can you go ahead, please?
We're losing time. Who has the floor?
Okay, I think the person is not there. So
Paul,
can I have the
ahead.
floor? Okay, good. I'll go straight to the point because we don't have time. One, I think it will be it's a request anyway to be welcoming if another session is organized for the UK Ghanaian community because most of them are very upset. They said they don't know about this. So that's my point is about presidential limits. My proposal is to increase it to 7 years with 2-term limit. The reason being that we organize elections every 4 years, but we spend a lot of money. So by increasing it to 7 years, that means we wouldn't spend much on election. And we also decrease the processes leading to the removal of president. So if the presidential term is 7 years and within 2 months of an election realize the president is corrupt or the processes of removing them should be easy, then we can quickly find somebody a replacement. The office of the special prosecutor, OSP, and attorney general, I think is very conflicting. So if they should be merged and the minister of justice should be separate from the office of the attorney general, that should be good. I think these are my brief points, and thank you very much. Because of time, I wouldn't go much into details, but to allow others to have the floor.
Sure.
Jermaine.
Okay, thank you.
Can you give somebody else the opportunity instead of Jermaine?
Well,
who has not spoken?
I wanted to answer your question on the road part that I never got the chance to, the clarification that you saw. Okay, and like I said, first I spoke as chairman and now I speak as an individual. Now, the ROPA piece, the law has been passed, as you know. We have a group that took the EC to the court rule that been implemented. So our question right now is there a statutory, is there any way to statutorily compel implementation of ROPA in what you're doing? That is one. Now, as an individual, the part that a lot of people talk about laws not being unfairly. So here's where I think the Constitution can remedy that. And they are the ones that should be an appointment of the judiciary, all are taken away from the president and giving it to an elected council of state. That would bring some type of neutrality into law enforcement. And finally, the seats in parliament. I think is representation of people, not of land areas. And so if an entire region has to come down to one parliamentary seat, then so be it. I think that would rather encourage local government to do better to develop their places so that they don't lose people and then consequently lose seats. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Michael,
Yes.
on mute. Michael.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much. And first of all, thank you to the CRC for organizing this event for all of us. Clearly, as you can see from the debate, there's even a lot more time required. The point has been made on the issue of separation of powers. But what I would like to point out really is why was this the case in the 1992 Constitution? I think the system we are practicing today is based on a wrong premise, a very weak argument purporting to suggest that having ministers who are also members of parliament actually strengthens governance. I think after 32 years of practicing this system, we've seen that that is false. Our democracy is also mature enough now for us to have what I'll call absolute separation of powers. We're trying to cure some of engineering processes, etc. And some of it can be traced to the way we have, if like, built MPs and even the powers of the president. Okay, people go to parliament not to be legislators. Some go primarily because they want to be members of the executive. And as a result, that is their focus. It has weakened our parliament significantly. Now, if you listen to President Akufo-Addo's speech when he was inaugurated on the 7th of January 2017, after all this experience that he's had in Ghana's politics dating back to the 70s to when he became president, he felt that we shouldn't continue to have a system where parliament was subservient to the executive. He actually made the case that he will focus on making sure we had that constitutional change. The rest is history. It didn't happen. The speaker has also recently, on the floor of the House, talked about members of parliament being members of boards of corporation, being chairman of corporation, and said he was absolutely opposed to that. Now, these are two people who've served, or rather who've practiced being at the center of our democratic experiment for a very long time. My worry about the proposals I've heard here today is that, yes, I think overwhelmingly people want to see absolute separation of powers. We think we are now at a point where the executive can be the executive, Parliament can hold the executive to account, Parliament can hold boards of corporations and other people to account because they don't have any conflicts of interest in any of these things. My fear, though, is that because this is an entrenched part of the Constitution and it's going to go through the process that Prof described, you're going to take these proposals to the president. Now, the president, being somebody with a degree of a conflict of interest, is going to look at these and say, why are we lowering the powers of parliament of the president? When he goes to parliament, parliamentarians want to become ministers. Are they going to actually vote for a situation where they are going to allow the people of Ghana to hold a referendum to decide on this matter? These are some of the things that are inherent in the constitution we have today. I mean, the fear that existed in 1979, which made the framers of the 92 Constitution give us what we have today, does not exist. How can we find a way to actually correct this situation? And if a person no less than Akufo-Addo and also the speaker, Babin, have made these comments, they know that it is at the heart of it one of the weaknesses of the 1992 Constitution. In fact, I would say one of the biggest weaknesses. And if you are to be able to solve for this, it will go a long way to clean up some of the mess we have, some of the inefficiencies we have, and even the quality of MPs that we end up having. Because if MPs are primarily legislators, they take their work on committees very seriously because they are holding, whether it's the Ministry of Finance or Ministry of Health or whatever, they are holding these people to account. But if the same person who is doing this also happens to be a minister and has got colleagues in parliament and all that kind of thing, I mean, I've sat in front of parliamentary committees, for the last 5 or 6 years, and seeing the workings of this whole thing. I think it's a huge problem that we have. And if this committee is able to really articulate this strongly, that will be one of the fundamental changes that we have to make. My fear is that we'll take his vote for Christmas. Excuse the use of that language. Thank you.
Christian, you're next.
Yes. Thank you for having me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So we live abroad and we see homegrown systems working well. So sometimes the temptation is that let's do this, let's do that. So like Prof asked someone earlier on, what is the problem in Ghana that this suggestion of yours is going to solve? Let's look at the Electoral College. It was set up when the US was being set up, and the smaller states were worried that they were going to be overshadowed by the bigger states, right? So as an incentive to them, they set up this Electoral College so that the smaller states would join the union. Let me give an example. Let's say New York has a population of 1 million. They give them 10 votes. And maybe a state like Kentucky has a population of, let's say, 500,000. So you would think like they'll give them 5 votes. But instead of giving them 5 votes, they give them 6 votes, which is a little higher, right? As an encouragement for them to join. But today, what is going on? A very smart politician will be able to add these little states with these little edges and be able to win the presidency without winning the popular vote. How can you be a president without winning the popular vote? That's the problem we are facing here. So to Ghana, to those who are saying we should develop the Electoral College, are the regions complaining that they've been overshadowed by the smaller regions? Are they complaining that they've been overshadowed by the bigger regions? I don't think so. The problem the regions are facing is development, right? And we can get development through effective local government. When we have effective local government, which is giving the development that the regions need, they will be okay. So that goes to the topic of the DCEs. Right now, the president is appointing them, and there's this other school of thought of doing elections. What about appointing the people with the right competence, the right experience to develop the districts? Things about sanitation and roads and housing, like we have here with the mayors. Developing the districts so that there's development. Why don't we have maybe a committee, someone from the Public Services Commission, from the traditional council, from the trade industry, form a committee, invite applicants, go through an interview, people will come, make presentation on their understanding of the strengths and weaknesses, the resources of the district, and how they can create development. That is what is going to create the right people to come and develop the districts, and it will solve so many problems. Thank you. This is what I have to say.
Diana, you're next, please.
Okay, thank you, Kweku, and thank you, everyone. I'm Diana, and I'm based in Florida. As Michael just eloquently articulated, well, the problem is if we identify some of these problems and there's conflict of interest in resolving, it's just going in circles. So definitely, I would like all of us to really strengthen that argument and raise it up. But the other issue that I have, my primary reason is the cost of the state. First of all, we don't have enough revenue coming in. We should, but how the revenue is collected, we all know this corruption. Majority of the revenue never gets to the accounts that they should go for us to facilitate some of payment for all the things that we are proposing. Everything comes about money. And if we don't have any transparency, accountable way of collecting revenue and also paying for all our foreign debt, which makes no sense with all the loans and the high interest rate that we collect, just because of the corruption of our leaders who pocket about 80% of the loan and don't care about the terms of the loan. I mean, these are huge issue, corruption. So when we bring the corruption in, we bring lack of revenue collection, and then we come in again and reward these same corrupted politicians with allowances, with their household, and we don't even have taxable income. About 80% of the population do not have taxable income. Those are the villages in different areas don't have it. So how are we even getting the money to do this apart from living on the white man loan, which they come for our resources and give it back to us in loan? I mean, this is unsustainable. So the issue comes to the money, the revenue. Let's find a transparent way, revenue, holding the leaders accountable, reducing the allowances these politicians are getting is ridiculous, from their household allowances to their maidservants, to their mistresses, to their security. We can't even afford that for a country. When look at the hospitals, look at the education, poor kids on the road, selling stuff that they have to be in school. Like anytime I go to Ghana, it just breaks my heart seeing kids on the road selling in the scorching sun when our leaders are riding in entourage cars, blowing horns at them with no sense of dignity to even find some sort of work or get these kids off the road. It's just so pathetic and painful. So I want us to really concentrate on the revenue and reducing the allowances and the payments that are given to these politicians when they're already getting most of it through their corrupted ways, and finding ways of curbing the corruption. Because without money, every proposal we're doing amounts to nothing. They all come in and they all think about their pocket because you realize there's not much revenue. So they just come and play around and do whatever they do to just get their portion and go. So that's where we should fix. And then the chieftaincy, in terms of the land, our chieftaincy cannot be custodians of our land and natural resources when they keep reselling and reselling. I mean, oh, I laugh at my friends who are federal attorneys in Ghana, that what sort of law are they practicing in Ghana apart from land litigation? That's the majority of the litigation they solve there is land litigation. And why? Because of our chieftaincy in control of it. So let's propose something solid that we take that, I know it will be almost a battle war, but we take it out of their hands for for another department or another group of people to take care of this land situation in Ghana. But it's terrible. You can't even buy land and have peace of mind in Ghana. Everyone is afraid. As one person was saying, for diaspora people to come and invest at home. You cannot even trust to buy any land from any family member or friend or anyone, because the chiefs will go around and resell it again. So these are the proposals that I have. And lastly, for lawyers, the foreign lawyers, that they should allow us to be able to come back home and practice without their ridiculous 2 years, whatever they've proposed now, that the Constitution in years ago was just about 6 months more quarter for you to brush your Ghanaian laws and all that. But now that they've done 2 years just to prevent us from coming in, and yet they're telling us that you can't have dual citizenship and stand for election. When you're forcing us out, when we have brain drain and we are trying to come back home, we are putting obstacles for us to come back home. It's very unfair. So we should look into that as well, for lawyers to be able to come back and practice without all the unnecessary hurdles that they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Looks like we're going to run out of time shortly.
Am I the last one?
It's 6 o'clock. It's 10 after 6.
Am I the last one then?
Why don't we just make a clean cut? Let's conclude at 6:30.
Okay, so am I to go?
Yeah,
please go.
Okay, so thank you for giving me the chance to.
Please be brief so that the other 3 or 4 people left can have their turn.
Absolutely. My name is Kofi Kosa. I am the Tompkins County Administrator in New York State. I think I'm the only African county administrator in New York State. Because of my work in local government, I think enhancing the capacity of our local government is critical for local development. I have a written proposal that I'll send you through, but it's centered on 3 items: strengthen local government financing mechanism, introduce balanced budget provision to enhance and ensure fiscal discipline, and also enhance democratic participation through broader local elections. These three items will change the way we manage our local authorities, improve accountability and operations of the local government. One classic example, every single state agency that goes to serve in the local community, be it roads and highways, be it all the other ministerial portfolios, should be accountable to the local government structure. That is what we have here in America. Social services, public health, everything comes under the umbrella of the local government authority. So under my department, I have 32 different units, 32 different departments with the different portfolios, all coming down from federal and state system. So we need to enhance the structure of a local government, make it accountable to the people. I agree wholeheartedly to the idea of electing the chief executive officers. I am not elected, I am appointed, but those who appointed me are all locally elected officials. So I have a council, the legislative council that appoint me to serve a term of 4 years, or in some municipalities serve a term of 2 years, or in some municipalities serve at the will of the local legislature. We need to decouple that, not just the three arms of government, but decouple the local authority, give it power to be effective, to be efficient, and also those that can be effective would be a learning curve for the others to also follow. So I have this written proposal that I'll send it through. I'm not going to talk very long, but I think that with everything that has been said, be it the corruption factor, be it the job creation factor, be it all of the other factors being raised, if we enhance and empower the local government, it will become one of the most powerful arms for us to get out of the mess we are in. Because I don't see the reason why somebody in Accra to determine how we collect waste in Techiman, which is my hometown, through this ridiculous Zoom Lion criminality. It doesn't make any sense. The priorities of Bruno Ahafo or towns in Bruno Ahafo or towns in Accra or municipalities in the greater Accra region are not the same as those in Volta region. Different municipalities have the different objectives, the different goals. Accra needs to stop deciding things that are for the local level. They need to empower the local level to be self-reliant, self-independent, and then be accountable to just supervise through financial management. All of us submit our budget every year, finances. If we go wrong, we are audited. So it is important that we focus our attention, we pay a lot of attention and enhance the power of the local assemblies so that we can really see a local development driven by the local people.
Chairman, please unmute.
So thank you. That is all what I want to add to this conversation today. But expect my write-up coming within the next few days.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's extremely helpful. Yes.
Frederick is next.
One point for those interested in the local government, and I see that Dr. Kwesi Obeng has also mentioned that he's city manager in VA. I think it would be very helpful, those who know this, this arrangement, this model well, because the decision to elect is just the very first level decision we will be making, electing MMDCs or mayors. The real issue of who governs the municipality, who runs it on a day-to-day basis, and how do we make sure that there is competence coupled with political accountability is one of the issues that's really, critical in this decentralization effort. So how do you elect yet ensure that you have competent administrators or technocrats or managers who are going to be able to manage the city? And then the other issue that was raised by Kofi, which is also a consideration for us, is essentially, how do we structure the relationship between the bureaucrats who are already working in central government departments at the local level and the elected local council and mayor? So that is a very critical issue, because Education, health, sanitation, many central government departments have been decentralized to the local level, but the chain of command is a bit messy, So if we are to elect mayors, how do we do it so that these deconcentrated units, are they going to report to locally elected councils and mayors, or do they still report to Accra? For all of those things are really some of the things that are detaining us. We need some clarity on them. Sorry. So those of you with real experience of a model like that, please send something in writing to help guide our thinking on that one. Thank you.
Dr. Kwesi will be next.
Yeah, actually, Kosa expressed a lot of what I was going to express in terms of, the structure, and I can kind of weigh in on that as well. But I also feel that we really need to have some kind of a referendum with decentralized development plans, as was stated. And that in that way, every administration, knowing that the buck stops with the president, any administration that comes forth can then be measured by the people according to how far they've gone in actually executing on the plan and improving the development in the various regions. Each region can have its own community engagement and say and dictate based on their resources what it is that they want to see in their region, come up with a full plan that is voted on and approved, submitted, and basically, like I said, every administration can be held accountable. But again, if I can get the information as to where the structures and these submissions can be submitted, I will do that in the interest of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So submissions at constitutionreviewgh.org, all lowercase. Submissions at constitutionreviewgh.org. Who's next?
Sam Onuma.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, my name is Sam Onuma, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. I just have one point to make, and that is the continuity of development in Ghana. Most of the time we have, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. So most of the time we have one government comes and then they just discard the development that the previous government started. And that is bad because it is costing us so many millions and billions of dollars, and the country doesn't move forward. So we need to address that in this constitution if we are going to amend it. My proposition is that whatever activities or activities to develop the country is set either by the Council of Elders or by a group of, by the country. The government who comes on must adhere. He must adhere to it that he is going to continue the development, no matter whether it is an opposition who started it and has not finished. He should just continue that activity so that the next person who comes on will also continue for us to reach our goal. You don't have to come in and then destroy what the previous government has done, and then we continue to march at the same place. We are not moving forward. So our constitution should be managed such that our development plan that we have set for maybe 10 years or 50 or 30 years. If you come as a president, if you are elected as a president or the leadership of the country, take that activities and continue it. And wherever you get to, so the incentive will be that, I can do more of these activities than the previous one. Fine. Wherever you get to, the next person comes and takes those activities and continue. Don't bring your own. Usually they call it their own proposals and say, I'll do this road, I'll do this. At the end of the day, what we started early will all be gone, will all be destroyed. And that is why the country is marching at the same place. We are not moving forward. So that's my point.
Chairman on mute.
Who is next?
Nanekuya, please unmute and go ahead.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for circling back to me. I wear two hats, but I specifically wanted to make comment as a representative of the Pan-African diaspora. But I also hear that there's issues surrounding local government. I am a government official for local government here in Texas, in the US. And so I wanted to talk about us as Pan-Africans and citizenship. I respectfully recommend that Ghana's constitution be amended to provide immediate citizenship pathways for people of African descent regardless of their current nationality. This recommendation is grounded in three critical principles, and because of time, I won't expand on them, but Pan-African unity, current global context, and economic and social benefits. And I propose that Article 7 of the Constitution of the Chapter 3 be amended to include provisions for diaspora citizenship by right of African descent, with streamlined processes that recognize our shared heritage and Ghana's role as a Pan-African leader. This is not just about legal status, it's also about affirming that Ghana stands as a true homeland for all African people in these challenging times. And those of us who are in the US who are of African descent, we're definitely facing challenging times. In light of the time, I will email my proposal regarding local governance and connecting it to the federal level. So I give up my time here.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Good to see you again.
Abdul Razak, your turn. Abdul Razak, please go ahead.
We'll be wrapping up in 10 minutes.
Abdul Razak, please go ahead.
If he's not ready, can somebody else take his slot? Hello?
Kofi, can you unmute?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to also contribute to this. This has been a very worried thing for me for a very long time, because as we discuss the progress and development of our country, we always forget about our cultural resources, which every country is making strenuous efforts to protect. So here in the US, I work as a cultural resource expert in for some agencies, right? And the United States government is really keen on protecting its cultural resources. So no federal project can be conducted or be done without a cultural impact assessment being done. But you go to Ghana and you have roads being constructed, buildings being done, the issue of Galamsey and cultural resources are not being talked about. What we are doing is that we are plundering our past. We are actually disconnecting our current generation from the past. So by the time we realize that, oops, we do not have data of what the past looked like in Ghana, we will have actually destroyed all the evidence. Now, the problem we have is that the EPA regulations does not reference cultural resource impact assessment. And so if anything is being done, they just go ahead. And Ghana Museums and Monuments Board actually has regulations, which is like 1969 or so. So it's an archaic law. And violating that regulation is like, I think it's some sense or so. So it doesn't even make sense to actually take somebody to court and be like, you did not do a cultural impact assessment for your project. So is it possible? And yeah, I am really, really passionate about this. Is it possible that as we are trying to look at amending our constitution, can the EPA laws reference the conduction of cultural resource and impact assessment before projects are done in Ghana? Otherwise, by the time we realize or wake up, all our cultural resources and archaeological materials will have been gone and gone forever. One thing with archaeological materials or the evidence of the past is that when it is destroyed or affected, it is irreversible. Now, Galamsey is taking most of our cultural resources away. Galamsey is taking so many of our archaeological sites away. We are not paying attention to this. And I'm so sad because even the United States, where in Ghana we talk so much about our culture, we have tradition, we have this. Where is the evidence? And you come to the people that we think that they don't care about culture in the United States, no work can be done without cultural impact assessment. And I'm in that business. Anyway, my full name is Dr. Kofi Gambane, and I'm really.
Let me, hello, Kofi. Could you take a look at the provisions of the Constitution in the chapter called the Directive Principles of State Policy? There you will see a number of objectives that the state, the Republic of Ghana, commits itself to in the Constitution. There is a section on cultural objectives. And if there is any language in there that could be introduced and see what you can make of it. There is also, this conversation has also come up in the context of natural resource exploitation. And there is now, I think, an emerging consensus that local communities must be consulted and must give their consent before third parties are awarded mining rights or rights to explore and exploit resources in the local community. And one of the things that could be introduced as part of the decision-making by local community to allow local mining by an outsider would be, a cultural impact assessment together with other impact assessments, right? So currently, we don't even consult local communities. We don't get their consent. A license or concession is awarded from Accra. The company comes and says, I have been given a right to mine here. Nobody thinks that is a sensible way to go. In fact, one former president is very clear that that is basically one of the incentives for Galamsey, to the extent that local communities think they don't have a say-so in who comes to mine their resource. They will have no incentive to help protect it. So we are moving in that direction of local participation in the granting of these mineral rights. Could we find a way in that process to insert this kind of an impact assessment so that the local community will have an informed basis for making a decision around giving consent for local exploitation? So look at that provision on land and natural resources as well and see where you can fit this interesting idea.
Right, thank you. I think that would perfectly work. So with my experience as a cultural resource expert in the United States,
just write something for us. Just look at those two provisions. You don't even have to just have a provision in mind. Just put something short on paper that we can work with.
Okay, Frederick next.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the CRC and thanks, Prof, for your good work. You are an asset to Ghana. I will be very brief in a minute. I have 2 points. My first point has been well discussed. Implementation of ROPA Act, which is a law of 2006 to give the voting rights to Ghanaians living abroad. I think it will be an opportunity to give this right to Ghanaians abroad to participate in general election. That would be the first, maybe right. Maybe giving parliamentary seat could come maybe later. I will move to my second point to finish the 30 seconds left. Irrespective of being in a digital age that we use in Ghana, I think we still need physical decentralization. For instance, by spreading our ministries, departments, and government agencies across the country for various reasons. It seems our national cake is not well spread, and Accra is choked, and also Ghana is not well developed. Someone has already came out with this proposal that as soon as you move from Accra 20 kilometers, then you see things which is totally opposite. So why not spread our ministries and agencies and departments across the country based on real studied criteria? Just keeping, for instance, Ministry of foreign affairs and maybe defense in Accra, and petroleum industry to Western, maybe power to Volta, or even Minister of Interior in Accra, etc., etc. I think that will help develop the other capital regions in terms of infrastructure, road, and also job opportunities to develop the country. If not, there will be urban migration to the capital to be choked, and then regions will be poorer, and there will be the youth will no more stay in our regions. I've finished my short presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me.
Thank you very much, Frederick.
Nimate, can you unmute? Nimate.
Good
Yeah,
evening. Good evening, gentlemen. Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. My concern or my recommendation is regarding this squatters law, which affects mostly diasporans. I'm not a lawyer, so I cannot go deep into it, but my understanding of that squatters law is that if somebody looks after your land or house for some time, the person can claim it. I mean, I don't understand the logic behind this, and I think this law must be looked into properly, if I am correct, because I have various experiences with people who has to go to court because somebody was looking after the house for him, and the person claimed ownership. And this is what I understand with this squatters law, and it affects diasporans mostly. So I think this law has to be looked into. And then secondly, the last speaker and most of the people who spoke said correctly that Accra is choked. And I have nothing against electing council members and MPs and other things. But with the population in Accra, and we are all aware of tribalism and all these things, when we start electing people with Accra being a minority, people in Accra will not get anything. So I don't know if there is anything being done about minority rights and minority protection. Because if you look at Accra, for example, we have 35 seats, only 10 or 15 are Gadangbe people. And this is not correct. But electing is okay. But decentralization so that people in all the cities can elect their own people to govern them so far as they are qualified. Thank you very much.
Yvette, your turn.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman, for recognizing me. Well, I had another point. I want to go back to the point the young lady said. I'm a Pan-Africanist, and I actually got dual citizen within Ghana last November. They have a plan, and they worked on it. We worked on it extensively through the last administration of a pathway to citizenship for those of us who are African descent living abroad, and those who came through the Mid-Atlantic slave trade. So they already have something in place. It's been worked on. All they need to do is vote on it in Parliament, and I hope they do. And it allows us as African descents to have a pathway to citizenship. Luckily, I was able to get my citizenship, my dual citizenship, actually in November of 2024. But there is already a document that has been
You have a copy of the document. Do you get us a soft copy of the document?
Yes, I'll see if I can find. It's called the Homeland Secure. It's called the Homeland Return Bill.
Okay.
So I'll look for that because we worked on that as a Homeland Return Bill, and we were organizing that through the whole United States in partnership with the government of Ghana. So I'll look for that, and I'll try to get that to you. My point,
that would be very helpful.
Okay, and the points I wanted to make was that I hear a lot of everyone automatically looking to the West for solutions for Africa. And Ghana in particular requires a more tailored approach. We need to stop looking at the West for their approach because the West does not work for everyone. And I know a lot of people have been talking about United States. The U.S. government does not work for every citizen here, and especially those of us who are Black and African descent. And I really suggest that we start looking more inward. And if we start looking more inward at other models that work, because it's really unacceptable that the citizens of Ghana and the African nations remain amongst the poorest and the most underserved in the world, despite all the abundant resources that you have. And we really need to look at capitalizing those resources and ensuring and looking at models, taking a step forward and really looking at what Burkina Faso is doing. I've been following a lot of what Burkina Faso is doing. And actually, I had an opportunity to visit their embassy yesterday and looking at some of the things that they're doing to really nationalize and become responsible for their own resources. The money is within the continent. The money is within Ghana. And everyone's looking outside, and money is going to take a lot of this to happen. We have to think about how are we going to build infrastructure and how are we really going to make Ghana move forward as a nation. And then and everyone on the continent follows what Ghana does, especially the English speaking countries. So if Ghana does the right thing and starts moving forward in industrializing their own nation with their own resources instead of looking abroad, the whole political landscape will change. And so those are some of the things I just wanted to say. And I want to thank you again for giving me the opportunity. And I really think that we need to, I don't want to reinvent the wheel. I want you guys to reinvent the whole Constitution because you can't. But you really need Africa, what Africa needs, it needs a better constitution that works for African people, and especially the people of the country and the young people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fantastic. Okay, so I think we have exhausted our time, unfortunately. We would love to go on and on and on, but there's all good things must come to an end. So I think we'll draw the curtain here on this conversation. I know that some of you have requested that we do this again. Time is short for the committee. We are still essentially in the last stages of our stakeholder engagements. So we're now doing the crisscrossing across the country, meeting various communities of Ghanaians where they live. We have about maybe 6 locations to do. If there is time, I mean, for some of these issues, we would need, especially where we need more clarity or expertise when we get into the deliberation stage of the work, which is after we've done all of the stakeholder engagements and the zonal engagements, we will retreat as a committee into committee and then begin to deliberate on the inputs that we've gotten as we prepare our report. And at that stage, if there are insights that were shared with us, whether in written form or through these oral engagements, if there are insights that we think we need further clarity or explanation on, we will try to reach out and arrange a conversation, possibly online, to help us, because some of these issues are, the principles are easier to agree on. The mechanics of how you implement these things, even in the Constitution, which is not supposed to be so detailed. Some of these things, given our experience, we need more bright line rules. We need probably to be a bit more prescriptive than other constitutions have been, so that we don't repeat the mistakes we've been making. So not a silver bullet. We don't expect that this will solve all problems, but those of you who are wondering if this will go anywhere, I can assure you that this is the process that will bring finality to something we started in 2010. The times have changed. I think there's a window of opportunity here for us to see the changes through. So I would encourage all of you to continue to be engaged in the process. When we are done with the report, that's when the real politics happens. Constitutional change is political, so you have to engage the process. You have to really mobilize your voices when the issue gets to Parliament, because they are the gatekeepers to this process. According to our constitution and in the procedure for amendment, we cannot get this through without going through Parliament. So that is where a lot of the politics is, or will be ultimately. So I think you should all be ready to participate in that politics and get there, so that you can also influence how the parliamentarians themselves behave. Because this is political, there's no other way to do it. So if your voices are loud enough, if you make your arguments strong enough, and if there's a political price to pay for not reforming, I think we will get something out of this process. So we'll do our best to reflect the views that you have expressed, the various inputs you have shared with us. But we continue to encourage you, if you can put this in writing, in a short memo, short letter, no particular format, to the committee, we would appreciate it very much. Thank you wherever you are, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thanks. Are we done?
Yes, if you can announce the email address again.
Okay, so the email to send your written submissions is submissions, plural, lowercase, at Constitution Review, GH, all lowercase, .org. Submissions at Constitution Review, GH.